Good morning, viewers. Welcome to our under 17 WICB Championship Clash, a two-day event. It's the Windward Islands taking on Guyana. Guyana would have won the toss yesterday and decided to bowl first. Decision they may have regretted, as Windward Islands amassed a total of 281 for 9 declared. And in the last hour of play, they were able to take 2 of the Guyanese wickets. So they are in a pretty strong position at the beginning of day 2 here at the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Vancouver. As the Windward Islands team takes their huddle, customary huddle, as we await start of play on day 2. Welcome my co-commentator, Keshav.
Hi, good morning to you, Vishram. Hope that all is well.
Yeah, it's bright sunny conditions here. Scattering of white fluffy clouds. Beautiful conditions for cricket.
Yeah, indeed. Definitely looking forward to day 2 of this encounter. And as we take note of the performances from yesterday, note that the skipper from the Windward Islands had an excellent century. Scored 139, I believe it was. And in terms of the bowling, tall fast bowler Amsterdam from the Guyana team picking up a 5-wicket haul. So 2 players to take note of in terms of standout performances from yesterday.
Yeah, definitely pleasing start to the tournament for the Windward Islands. After losing the toss and being asked to bat first, captain standing up, holding up his hands and deciding that he has to play an important knock, batting deep into the innings. Very impressive 100.
Yeah, I think it's definitely one of the main reasons why they also introduced this 2-day format for the under-17 in terms of encouraging batsmen to bat longer, bat deep in the crease. Very well may be possible that this game could end in a draw, given that it's the second day and the second innings has only started yesterday afternoon. But by all means, get the players accustomed to playing longer format cricket.
Yeah, definitely agree with that, because we look at the state of West Indies cricket, and a lot of the batsmen, they're attuned to more limited overs version, the T20 format, the 50 overs, and that's why we're seeing our test team struggle, especially with the bat in hand, not willing to apply themselves and bat for long extended periods of time.
Yeah, definitely agree. And we saw this being introduced also at the under-19 level over the last few years. And the irony is that sometimes, as I was just having a chat with the scorer prior to the start of this game, this type of game, the way it's set up, you would want to see it go to a 3rd day, because runs on the board, still time to play, good conditions, and let them play it out. However, most times we have seen the 3-day games finish in 2 days. So it's a situation where I think they're just trying to manage as best as possible the ratio of games for these youngsters, in addition to giving them the exposure and the playing time required.
Yeah, definitely have to manage them as well, because it's a lot of cricket to be played in the next 3 weeks. This being the first of 3 2-day games that they'll be playing in a space of about 10 days. And round 2 comes up on Saturday, as we get ready for first ball of day 2. Umpires, standing umpire, Mr. Sandy. At square leg is Mr. Daniel. This one is just on and outside of stump, well left, through to the wicket keeper.
A nice start. You see a traditional feel, as they would say, attacking. Couple slips. No one outside of the 30-yard circle except a fielder at a very wide deep fine leg.
Yeah, Windward Islands really in a commanding position at this point in time. Fanes, very unusual run-up. Has a trigger at the start as he runs, and this one is a bit straighter and well played. It's bowling to Parmeshwar Ram.
Yes, as you mentioned, the unique style of run-up there. We know that many bowlers, not just in modern day, but throughout the years of observing cricket, some of them have little tricks and little rituals that they need to do.
Yeah, likes of Lasset Malinga, even Jasprit Bumrah, his trigger, very, staggered approach, and then when he gets to the crease, it's, he almost delivers unplayable deliveries on consistent basis. Fanes, again passes umpire, and this one is nice and straight, bit of a low bounce there. We'll see. I mean, what are your thoughts on the outfield and the playing conditions?
Well, I must say it's excellent at this point in time, especially given the recent weather we have had in Trinidad over the last couple of weeks or so. Some torrential rain at times and then some scorching sun. And it's never easy when you have to prepare a cricket pitch. The outfield, the 30-yard circle, is very nice indeed.
Fanes continuing on this one. So he's got a nice steady line here. Attacking the stumps. A 6-3 feel. Man at deep fine leg. Bit squarer than usual. Man in front of square. More mid-wicket and a mid-on. On the on-side. 2 slips on a gully. A wait as Fanes. To Parmeshwar Ram. And it's worked on the legs. And that's the first run of the day. For the Guyanese. As I welcome back Mr. Keshav Bahadur Singh.
Yes, indeed. Just sorting out some technical issues there, but all is well. And at the end of the first over, I'd say a very cautious start from the Guyanese batsmen, and rightfully so. First over of the day, it's good to be mindful.
Yeah, definitely an opportunity for them to apply themselves and bat as long as possible. They need to spend a lot of time at the crease, because they're well behind the 8 ball here at this point in time. As we had mentioned earlier, it's really wonderful conditions that they're playing on compared to last year, where we saw the cricket centre. It was more of a dust bowl. A lot of green grass, a lot of work being put into this outfield. It's lush green outfield. Large playing area.
And I was mentioning earlier the 30-yard circle in a ring. There was some noticeable work done in terms of the drainage, type of grass being replanted. Even the square itself, you can see the surface. Pitches, as you mentioned previously in the cricket centre, would have been more dry in nature and a lot of grip and turn. Now we have some grass on it, which is a welcome sight for these fast bowlers.
Glasgow picking up the attack from the northern end, left arm. And this one nicely worked into the onside again. A quick single, and that's good steady cricket there, ensuring good communication by the batters. Parmeshwaram, 8 of 33. At the crease with him is Navendra Sankar. He's not yet off the mark. Glasgow would have only bowled 2 overs yesterday. Was a bit erratic. But given an opportunity early this morning by his captain, Edward. So even more attacking field for Glasgow with 3 slips and a gully. 7-2, packed offside field. Navendra Sankar. Taking up strike. Very solid looking defensive stroke there.
And Glasgow is a nice smooth run up as well. It's always a positive sign to see left arm seamers coming through the age group ranks. You know that left-handers have that natural added benefit, the angle, the movement, and sometimes just even the look.
Yeah.
And it happened to be more stylish than right-handers. Me being a right-hander, of course, taking offense.
And more so in both aspects of the game, you know, in terms of bowling as well as batting. You've seen the likes of Brian Charles Lara, Kumar Sangakkara, really classical left-handed batsmen. You know, their square cuts and cover drives just exude class. Navendra Sankar will definitely be wanting to show some of his class today. This one is edging and dropping short of the man at first slip. So it's been a good start, a much better start here from Elron Glasgow this morning.
And well stopped in the slip. That ball was travelling. And good eyes on it to ensure that it did not get past that slip cordon. Would have most likely run away for 4. You know that when it comes towards the commentary centre end here at the National Cricket Centre, there's a bit of a downward slope. And just generally around the ground when you look at it, apart from that 30-yard circle, the ball tends to run quickly down to the boundary.
It's short of length there and well left by Sankar.
Now, given the nature of this game, do you think that the approach would be to bat out the entirety of this day? Do you think that they'll try to go after the first innings total and make something of it, or it's just ready to get more exposure out in the middle?
I think at this point in time, they definitely just need to bat some time, but give themselves an opportunity to get into the crease, bat as long as possible, and then as Glasgow continuing again, well left, Sankar at the end of the second over of today and the end of 13 overs. Guyana 28 for 2. So yeah, back to that point, I think it'll just be about batting as long as they can and trying to get as close to that first innings total by the Windwards. Could pose a difficult task with the wicket. There would be a bit of deterioration on it, and Windward bowlers would be buoyed by the fact that they have a big total. The captain seems very attacking with his fields, so could be in for an exciting day's play.
Yeah, those 2 early wickets yesterday, well, early in terms of the innings, but late in terms of yesterday evening, will certainly have given them some momentum towards the start of their attempt to restrict the Guyanese. Now Sankar and Ram have some rebuilding to do.
This one is it's nicely bowled here, so it's been a really good start by the Windward Islands fast bowling pair. Farnes and Glasgow, they've been making sure that the batsmen have to play, and this one beating the outside edge of Parmeshwaram, going through to the wicket keeper. Man on the onside, so he'll be attacking the stumps.
And that was a beauty for delivery. Perfect areas as well as getting some extra bounce.
Farnes Yeah, this one exactly on your cue. There is a bit of extra bounce there. That one just rising, and Parmeshwaran taking the bottom hand off the handle, playing it into the offside. No run.
Just doing a bit of gardening on the pitch, possibly seeing an area where that ball is pitching and just getting on a bit extra. Of course, Fanis does have some height on him.
Beyond Fanis, given the task of running up the hill from the sudden end. He's doing it well at this one, and this one is a bit overpitched. An excellent fielding there by the man at mid-on. Coming across, that's the captain, Edward. Doing a good job. Scoring runs and now doing an excellent work on the field, ensuring that no run is conceded.
Toss outside the off stump. I think he would have been better guiding that either straight behind the ball or through the offside. Probably just a case of mistiming or miscuing that shot. No run in the end.
Fanis to continue. Nice and straight, and this one is worked into the offside and taking the outside half of the bat, and it's through to the third man area. Vacant third man, they are able to cross over for one. So Parmeshwaran, the only man scoring runs this morning for the Guyanese.
And even there, he looked as if he wanted to come back for the second, but was refused by Sanka, deciding for safety first.
Yeah, but must be pleased with the start of the Windward Islands fast bowlers this morning.
Definitely. I like the fact that they're hitting the right areas and they're forcing the batsmen to play, most importantly, not putting too many deliveries or far or wide away from the stumps to allow them to just leave alone and get their eyes settled in. Make them play their shots, put the ball in the areas where they have to play and miss, or play and look to score.
Yes, see Captain Edward making a fielding change. He's putting another man in that slip cordon, so it's 3 slips and a gully. Fanis to Sanka, and this one is down the leg side. Just commentators curse.
As soon as we say that, the amount of times that has happened in not only the sport of cricket, but just the sport in general. Just praising him, but at the end of the day, I think his angle as well would have contributed to that, because previously all of his deliveries he would have been pushing across the left-hander going towards the offside. This one you can see from the replay that he actually pulled it down as if he was trying to angle into his body. So it could be that he did intend to go into the body of Sanka and just trade a bit leg side.
Fanis to continue. And that's another ripper. Going past the outside edge of Navendra Sanka through to the wicket keeper. Thoughts on that delivery?
That's a peach of a delivery, and that's exactly where I think he would have wanted to pitch that previous ball, because at the end of 14 overs, 29 for 2, it was reminiscent of a Kemar Roach. When Kemar Roach comes around the wicket, usually right-hand seamers bowling to left-handed batters, they like to go over the wicket because you get that added support of the ball angling across, as we mentioned. But this is no easy task for the right-hander. Look at that ball pitching and then seaming away just an inch or two, if so much, past the outer edge of the bat. Excellent work there from Fanis indeed. But as I was saying, it reminded me of a Kemar Roach, where he gets that ball to angle as if it's going in towards middle and leg, and then when it pitches it just seams away towards the off stump, either nicking the top of off or getting an edge.
Yeah, Sanka doing well not to edge that one. Parmeshwaran just riding the bounce on this occasion and playing it out to the gully. No run. He'll run Glasgow into his 4th over. He would have bowled 2 overs yesterday. It was expensive, 2 overs for 11. But beyond Fanis, 1 for 13. He's been the pick of the bowlers for the Windward Islands thus far. 2 slip and a gully await. Glasgow, this one, Parmeshwaran and 2 indecisive there, looking to leave it alone and just hitting the bat as it went through to the man at gully. No run. Gentle breeze blowing across. This one is driving, and it's again good feeling there. The man had an opportunity for a run out, but it's slight fumble. And they're able to cross over for 1. So Parmeshwaram, he moves into double digits now, pushes on to 10. Guyana 29 for 2 in the 15th over. Trailed by another 252 runs. That's a lot of runs. Glasgow short. Well played there by Narendra Sankar. Just drawing the bat out of the line of the delivery, and it goes through to the wicket keeper. Captain Edward definitely more attacking when it comes to Sankar being on strike.
Yeah, I think he's sensing the fact that having not scored a run yet, just 16 deliveries, and in the context of the game, time is not pressing against him. But it's just that mental scoreboard pressure where you know you want to get off the mark. That first run, there's no better feeling. And sometimes they say that the 3 most important runs that a batter can score is the first run, the run when he gets to that half century, and then gets to a century. Those are the 3 most important runs, but nothing more important than that first. When you get off the mark, it just releases that tension, that stress, added pressure, and you tend to flow easily.
Yeah, all those jitters as you approach, and that's a beauty of a delivery, and that's bowled him. What a delivery there. It's been a great start by the Windward Islands fast bowlers here this morning.
Excellent delivery from the left-hand seamer, and you could have sensed that something was going to happen very soon, because as you mentioned, rightfully so, the pressure the captain was also putting in terms of the field, not giving him anything easy at all. And in fairness, he played a defensive stroke. I think he was just beaten all ends up there from what was an excellent in-swinging delivery. Look at this. Just taking the edge of the off stump. My word, beating him all ends up.
Yeah, great start here by the Windward Islands fast bowlers, and excellent by Captain Theo Edward to allow Glasgow the opportunity to take the ball early of this morning, despite his erratic start yesterday. And now he's showing that the faith shown by his captain. He's delivering on that, and excellent delivery, swinging away, taking the outside of the off stump, and castling Narendra Sankar, who goes for that dreaded duck.
And just as we were mentioning, that pressure of being able to not get off the mark, to get that one most important run, to start your innings, and to feel the energy and momentum flowing, he was unable to do that, and unfortunately had to depart. Excellent delivery again from the left-hand seamer. Seemed as if it was swinging in, and when it pitched, just held its line. So I think the batsman in fact played for that in-swing, because he played around that middle and off-stump line, and the delivery just held as it pitched. And again, it's a surface where the batters have to be very mindful. We have seen some deliveries from the opposite end, a pitch and seam away, some pitch and seam in, and then some pitch and hold its line. It could be a testament to the bowlers as well, using variations of the seam, swinging those deliveries, that wobble seam. We saw what I would say a testament to one of the best fast bowling spells yesterday from Jaden Seals in that West Indies game versus Pakistan. And I think any of these youngsters who would have been looking on at the highlights as they would have been here during the game would take note of that.
Finals to continue now. This one is short and it's cutting. It's a big appeal, but not outgiven. Captain Romario Ramdial coming to the crease, number 86 on his back.
And immediately going out to have a word with Parmeshwaram. Probably just reiterating the fact that I've just come to the crease, no need to play those shots as yet. And wasn't wide enough, I would say, for that sort of stroke. Bit too close for comfort.
Yeah, and definitely that extra bounce. We're seeing a bit more extra bounce here on the northern end. And Parmeshwaram being defeated by that. Extra bounce going through to the wicket keeper. But taking up your point earlier, no praise is enough for Jayden Seales. He's been the pick of all West Indies fast bowlers for the last couple of years now. He's been incredible, since making his debut in Test cricket, and not just his form in Test cricket, carrying it over into the limited over version, 50 overs. He's been incredible for West Indies.
It truly has been a splendid effort from Jayden Seales every time he goes on the field, and you can just see the passion that he exudes as well when he takes a wicket, when he is appealing, when he has a half chance, or even when he's struck for a boundary. You can tell that the fire is burning within Jayden Seales for West Indies cricket.
Yeah, he's very consistent, gotten the opportunity to go across in England to apply his craft, and that would have just enhanced him the opportunity to to learn the art of swing bowling, and he's mastered that craft at this point. I mean, it's still a lot to learn, and I mean, he's so young.
And always hungry, and that's the thing. He's so young, yet so humble at the same time. He's learning, he's growing, and I like the fact that you mentioned the stint in England, because personally I believe that was one of the main changing factors. We knew from the time he set on the scene he was something special, but how many times have we seen special talent in the West Indies, and that talent has not been honed or developed further to reach the full maximum effort of its fruition.
Yeah, Jayden Seales delivering, as we see Fairness here just short of a length, and Windward Islands fast bowlers trying to replicate that performance. They've done well this morning, haven't just conceded about 3 or 4 runs this morning, and been able to take the wicket of Navendra Sankar. So they're doing well, applying that pressure, building dot balls, and it's a very valid point to in Test cricket, or in this version of cricket, where if you're unable to get wickets, you need to just keep building that pressure, apply that pressure, building the dot balls, creating that impression on the because once the batters are able to rotate the strike, Fairness, and this one is driven, but again unable to score a run. If they are unable to rotate the strike, the pressure continues to build in their heads, and more times than not they make a bad decision and can lead to their downfall.
And this is a situation where you can take certain aspects of the limited overs game and adapt it to the longer format, which we are seeing being done quite around the world. In fact, we know since baseball has been introduced that many of the other international test playing countries have adopted that approach, maybe not as aggressive sometimes as the English, but in terms of scoring and at a decent rate.
Yeah, I think that's such a well played there by just bit straight on, worked into the onside, straight to the man on mid wicket, no run. So at the end of 16 overs, it's 30 for 3.
Made an over there again. And as we were mentioning, that scoreboard pressure, it can be something as simple as in playing with soft hands, or just using the wrist, breaking the wrist and working the ball either to the offside, to the leg side. When you have the sort of traditional field placements for the longer version of the game, you will have gaps available. There will be areas for you to work the ball into, and sometimes even just play the same shot you're playing, but again, softer hands, so that it doesn't go to the fielder as quickly. You communicate with your non-striker, you have a plan, they are backing up, so by the time you play the stroke, they are already coming down the crease, and you are able to get a single where there would have been a dot ball previously. That will put pressure on the fielders, put pressure on the captain for the fielding team, and then they will have to try to find ways and be innovative to prevent those quick singles. That might even lead to relaxing the field and making it more defensive, where you can score quite easily. So it's a lot of mind games, a lot of tactics required for this longer version, but by all means you have to take from the shorter version a game and adapt it and apply.
Yeah, I agree. A lot of this game is played above the shoulders. As Glasgow to continue. This one is well played by the captain Romario Ramdial, getting off the mark of the first delivery, relieving that pressure and finding the gap into the offside. He gets a brace.
That's a really good looking shot there. First shot that he's played. I mean, at the end of the day, the ball did stand up for the shot to be played, but You would think that now coming to the crease might have well left that alone, knowing that there are two slips and a gully waiting. But essentially, ball just seemed to have held up in the pitch there. We saw some of those deliveries skid through to the keeper, and that one not as quickly or as smooth, so something to take note of. And now instantly the bowler has switched to coming around the wicket instead of over. Previously he had two left-handers and now he has a right-hander.
Angling it into Mario, just stroking it into the offside. Left-right combination in the crease, so will pose a bit of a challenge for the captain and the bowlers.
And when you look at the run-up of Glasgow, essentially he looks as if when he's running up he's bobbing and weaving a bit rather than just fully straight on. So by all means it's something that can be fixed in his development going forward, but I can imagine how much more pace he'll generate, as well as his accuracy and control once he gets that full fluency with a straight run up, because just as he's approaching before the umpire seems to be veering inward and then pulls out to ensure that he does not collide with the umpire or does not run into the danger zone as well. So just simple little techniques that can be looked at.
Important that his management team continues to look after these players, and they're well taken care of by West Indies Cricket Board. And this one is a beauty of a delivery, taking the edge and going through to the keeper, and that's the fall of the fourth Guyanese wicket. Keshav.
My word, you could see that he set him up for that from the moment he came around the wicket. First to delivery, just angling inwards, and then now that delivery a bit fuller. He started short from the first delivery in the over, and then encouraging Ramdehal to play that aggressive stroke, taking the outside edge. Excellent bowling, excellent captaincy as well, and just all round from the Windward Islands. Great wicket.
Yeah, the Windward Islands have been very impressive throughout this tournament thus far, throughout this game. You know, this one again, look at this replay. It's a nice delivery, just pitched up, forcing the batter to lean into the front foot and taking the outside edge, and well taken by the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, and it was a situation where, I mean, I'm just looking back at that replay and telling myself this is what we need to see more of at the senior level, because he set him up from the first delivery, put it short, and then after putting it short,
So, closing off that over, played out into the offside for 1. So, excellent start here by the Windward Islands this morning, taking up an additional 2 wickets. So, the Guyanese now are in deep, deep trouble, losing 4 wickets. New batter decreases the wicketkeeper, Shamar Apple. Both Farnes and Glasgow has been very impressive in the first half hour of play this morning. Exactly as Keshav was mentioning earlier. Setting up the captain Romario. You know, the first delivery was over the wicket, angling across. He was playing away from his body into the gap, got off the strike. Immediately, Glasgow changing his line of attack, coming round the wicket and angling the ball in. First delivery was short, then the third then getting the ball up to the bat, encouraging him to drive and taking the outside edge through to the wicket keeper, and that brought about his demise. Guyana 33 for 4 after 17 overs. So I welcome back Keshav Bahadur Singh.
Yeah, indeed, it was truly impressive, that spell of bowling, getting that all-important wicket. And Farnes also must be commended. He has built up the pressure from this end, even though he has not been able to get the wicket. What he has done is that he has ensured the batsmen are not scoring freely, and he's also bowling a bit different to his opposing partner. As we see, Apple is just rehearsing a shot that had me wondering for a second there what intent he has come to the crease with. That first name, Shamar, probably resonating within him. Try and replicate one of those Shamar Joseph type of counteracting innings. He's taking the attack to the bowler rather than defending.
Farnes full and driving beautifully through the offside. Won't go to the boundary. It's a lush outfield. Able to cross over for 2. So Shamar Apple off the mark.
It looks like he's going to play his strokes, Apple. Delivery was there for him to play that shot. Bit over pitched from Farnes. Really haven't seen that previously, to be fair to him. Into his, I would say, 4th over of the day. And by all means, it's very humid out there. You know that these youngsters are toiling and working hard out there in the sun. So understandably, 1 or 2 deliveries might be just a tad over pitched.
It's been really impressive work here by both Farnes and Glasgow on this one. Much better length, just short of a length going over the off stump, no run. You know, these bowlers, they've done great work here for their captain Theo Edward, who's continues to set very attacking fields. And a very important point that you made earlier, where bowling in partnerships, not just batting in partnerships, but bowling in partnerships as well. Elaborate.
Yeah, so essentially when you're bowling in tandem, whether it be 2 pacers operating, a pacer and a spinner, so you have to understand the nature of the game and the context. And we've seen Farnes and Glasgow do that. We'll get more after this delivery.
Yeah, nice steady line, allowing the ball to go through is Shamar Apple.
So you can see from Farnes, his approach is that he has been a bit short of a length and forcing the batsmen sometimes to go on their back foot and play and miss. The 2 wickets that Glasgow has achieved this morning have been from fuller length deliveries. The first one fuller length and clipping the off stump. Second one fuller length, drawing the batsman forward and taking the outside edge. He has also bowled a couple short deliveries, but the batsmen were able to work that around. So it's a situation where the batsmen are being forced to play all types of strokes from both ends of the wicket.
Farnes going a bit full on, driven handsomely. A couple bounces into the boundary to over mid-off, and that's 4 to Shamar Apple. Exactly what you said, Keshav. He's an attacking by nature.
And just a couple steps down the crease, not necessarily chipping, but just a casual advancement. And he sensed that he was probably going to be fuller length there, because the previous delivery again was short of a length. So probably he was monitoring that Farnes likes to go 1 short, 1 full at times. In this occasion, 2 full in this over just twice, But now he can probably use that to his advantage, knowing that Apple wants to play these types of strokes. Let's see how he fares.
Fan is just a bit outside of stump and left through by Shamar Apple. So, I mean, I don't think Theo Edward and the Windward Islands would be disappointed. So to expand on that point, seeing that kind of shot, your team is 39 for 4. In deep trouble. They still trail by another 240 odd runs, 242 to be precise. It would just give them an opportunity, thinking that, okay, another wicket is very soon. It's like the likes of Rishabh Pant and stuff. Yes, he can take the game away from you so quickly, but he also gives you opportunities.
Yeah, most definitely. And it's always a game of balance, this game of cricket, where the batting team, bowling team, momentum flows back and forth between either, depending on who has the upper hand at which stage of the innings. But when you see batsmen like that, to me as a bowler, I would become more encouraged, because if you're playing those aggressive strokes, then I can use my different variations and different types of deliveries, pull back my length and vary the angle.
Glasgow continuing, and this is pulling by Parmeshwar Ram and pulling into the deep backward square boundary for 4. So he's growing in confidence here now as Parmeshwar Ram.
Yep, and again, the shorter length delivery from Glasgow is the one that they've scored off of. I think he may not have the same amount of pace being generated as Fanis from this opposite end. So that's why he has been able to get more success with those fuller length deliveries. But you can see now, and also the wicketkeeper signaling for the helmet to come on, might see some spin after. I'm sure he's going to revert to that fuller length delivery.
This one, that's a loud appeal. And it's given the finger. Daniel raises that index finger on the fall of the 5th wicket. Parmeshwar Ram, that one looked as if it kept a bit low.
Definitely, it seems to have not gotten up at all as it went on to strike him on the pads. And just await the replay to confirm. As I said before, the short delivery taken advantage of, fuller length, and seems to have struck him on the line of that awesome. Of course, umpire Daniel would have the best view, and you can see it really did not get up at all. Definitely height is not a factor, because when the ball passed, it was still below the stumps. Just a matter of the line, and umpire Vicky Daniel are judging that to hit the off stump. So Apple has to depart.
Parmeshwar
Ram, apologies. Scorecard ticker just indicating Apple, but yes, Ram, after a very good vigil at the crease, he was watchful, he was careful, he left on off 47 deliveries, took his time, and we see now Adrian Hetmeyer walking to the crease, relative of Shimron Hetmeyer.
Parmeshwar Ram being undone by the variation in bounds there. So as the game goes on, and Windward Islands would be seeing this and seeing an opportunity now, sniffing, looking, at first innings, trying to, and then possibly with the thoughts of maybe enforcing the follow on. So who knows? All results still are possible here for the Windward Islands at this point in time. 39 for 5 after in the 19th over, and what a start it has been by the Windward Islands. It's about 40 minutes of play we've had. Both fast bowlers, Fanis and Glasgow, bowling well in tandem, but the man reaping the rewards has been Elron Glasgow with all 3 wickets this morning.
And when you look at it, this morning we were saying that the Guyanese really didn't need to take any risks. They just needed to bat out the entirety of the day. Anticipated that this game may peter out into a draw given the scorecard we saw yesterday, the batting conditions, the innings from the captain of the Windward Islands. Now it looks like we fully have a game on our hands. The Windward Islands are going to try to bowl out the Guyanese team as fast as they can, depending on the lead that they have. If they do not pass the follow-on, they might very well reinsert them and try to see if they can bowl them out twice in one day.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of factors here.
Only concern, it's very hot, steamy conditions here this morning. Not much of a wind blowing across as Glasgow continuing. He's been excellent this morning, picking up all 3 wickets. And there haven't been many bad deliveries, so the Guyanese haven't been able to score as freely as they would have liked to.
It's always about that scoreboard pressure, no matter what. Yes, it's a longer version of the game. Yes, they didn't have any rush to say that they needed to score those runs quickly. But the fact that they weren't scoring at all, I think certainly played in the back of their minds, because try to play some strokes, see if they can get the ball ticking.
Glasgow going a bit full on. That's, he's bowled well. They've been bowling very accurately, building dots, building that pressure. And Guyanese batsmen haven't been able to overcome that pressure. They've lost 3 wickets here this morning. It's 43 for 5. They trail by 238 in the first innings. 2 batters at the crease now. Adrian Hitmeyer and Shamar Apple. Glasgow is popping this one into the onside. It just goes over the man head at mid-on, and he gets off the mark, but very luckily so.
I don't think he knew much about that stroke at all. In fact, I think he intended to play that one towards the offside, and just taking the inner part of the bat and popping over the head of the man at a very short mid-on. In fact, he was, I would dare say, almost on the square. A very unusual position, and lives to fight another day. That's Hetmeyer.
So chances continue to be created here by the Windward Island bowlers. As long as they continue to take wickets, I don't think they'll want to be taken off the attack. Despite the conditions, it's very hot, humid. They both now bowled 4 overs apiece. So thoughts would have to go through the head of their captain Theo Edward in terms of managing these bowlers. As we see the wicket keeper being asking for his helmet and gets it. So there might be a bowling change coming our way here at the sudden end. But very, very impressive openings by the Windward Islands fast bowling pair of Bjorn Fannis and Elron Glasgow. How much have you enjoyed that first 45 minutes of play this morning?
Well, it was excellent from the Windward Islands, and just received some confirmation there in terms of the follow-on score as well from our esteemed colleague and coach, Mr. Analakan. Follow-on total is 182. So I think they definitely want to bowl out the Guyanese team before that and send them back in, because they have at least, I would say, 140 odd runs to play with, just shy, 138 to be exact. But essentially, I was very impressed with the way they set about, because they bowled in tandem, as we mentioned, bowling in partnerships. Fannis not getting the wickets to show his hard work, but if it was not for the pressure that he placed on his end, then I think that Glasgow also may not have been able to get the wickets on that end, because Glasgow are a bit slower in nature. They tried to play more aggressive shots against Glasgow, and that led to their demise on a couple of those occasions. And now we see in spin is going to be introduced, and that can also be a positive factor, because knowing that you're in the lower order, these days I try to avoid saying tail enders, because everyone can bat from 1 to 11. The lower order, however, tends to be more aggressive in nature, so perhaps bringing on a spin to entice them to play some strokes. Once that ball loops in the air over your eye line, sometimes everything goes out the window. Technique, alignment, balance, timing, and you want to hit the ball as hard as you can. We can see here how this matchup is going to play out. I think it's a nice, interesting move. If Glasgow has maybe an over or 2 again in him from the opposite end, just keep a little mix of spin and pace. See how they can finish off this first hour.
Right arm wrist spin here by Desron Mitchell, coming from this sudden end here at the National Cricket Centre.
already starts off with a nice flight to delivery. You see the non-striker practicing a sweep shot.
And I think that's also, I mean, you mentioned his sweep shot. It's really smart feet placing here by Theo Edward. He has that open gap on the leg side and encouraging the batter, if he wants to sweep, go ahead, because he'll be sweeping against the turn, and there is a great amount of risk with that shot as they go through for a quick single, and there will be overthrows. Might be 4 of them as well, as this one goes into the boundary. A very wild throw there by the man at mid-off, and it goes over the keeper's head for 4. So that's 5 more to the Guyanese total. Much required runs.
And kudos to the Guyanese pair at the crease as well, because that was driven with some pace to the fielder. By no means it was an easy single, but you could see the call was early, the communication was there, and the pressure as well. The fielder, in fact, threw the ball over the head of the wicketkeeper. He had no chance at all, and it went for 4.
Why not switch over? Yeah, so 5 runs conceded on that delivery. Umpire Sandy ensuring that the right batsman is on strike to face this delivery.
Initially we were wondering why they switched, as in a single was scored, even though there were 4 overthrows. At the end of the day, a single was scored from the right-hander in Hetmeyer, so he is at the non-striker's end now. And Apple, interesting to see what he's going to do here.
And he's going straight back over the bowler's head for 4. That's 1 bounce into the boundary. Excellent shot by Shamar Apple. He's going to take on the game.
An impressive stroke indeed against the flow of play. And look at that, straight as an arrow. The way he set up himself, it seemed to be a bit of a wild heave. However, the execution of the stroke, most important. Straight behind the head of the bowler, one of the safest places on the cricket field, and gets a 4. So it's the first delivery that he faced from Mitchell. He's not going to wait around much longer. He's not going to have a look. He's going to play his strokes, and that delivery will be turning into him unless Mitchell has the variations of the googly, the flipper, top spinner. And right on cue, he delivers a googly.
Couple fielders out on a deep mid-wicket and long on. Captain Theo Edward at mid-off. He's just about 2/3 the way back to the boundary, so he's hanging. And this one, you can see he's just pushing back as well and conceding a bye here. It's the Windward Islands team.
Bit of awkward bounce there for the wicketkeeper, not taken as cleanly as the over comes to an end.
So not the best start by Desron Mitchell, but it's a very difficult art to control his wrist spin.
Well, it's definitely something that I have admired over the recent years. We've seen more wrist spinners being produced in the age group formats from the under 13, under 15, 17, 19 levels, and even as recently as the West Indies Breakout League, where there were some mandatory requirements in place for wrist spinners to be used, and we saw that come to the benefit where local boy Navin Bidesi, with his wrist spin as well as his batting capabilities, proved to be an excellent all-rounder and was called up for the CPL. Got an opportunity to play with the St. Kitts and Nevis Patriots, I believe, alongside Jed Gooley, who had an excellent tournament there. And we saw this youngster from Antigua as well, I believe. I have to confirm which country he's from, but excellent wrist spinner.
Glasgow continuing, and this one just played into the offside. Shamar Apple, he's looking for runs, whether it's the big shots, he's also, looking to score. Playing that one gently into the offside and looking for the single. So that's a good approach here by Shamar Apple, the wicketkeeper for the Guyanese team. Trying to get runs because they are a long way behind this game. 182 required to avoid the follow-on. Yeah, 54 for 5 in the 21st over. Glasgow. This one down the leg side, string in line, and it's going all the way down to the final leg boundary. And that's 4 more byes. Signaled by umpire Daniel. Yeah, as you had mentioned earlier in the breakout league, T20 breakout league that we had earlier in Brian Lara Academy, Navin BDC was one of those standout performers. He's been, it's important that we harness those talents and identifying the talent is one, but it's about nurturing that talent as we go along. What are your thoughts on Navin BDC and his future going ahead? This one driving, it's full, and it's Theo Edward is deep at mid-off and allowing that easy single. Excellent batting by Shamar Apple, rotating the strike.
And you can see the difference in this pair since they have come to the crease, apart from the top order, which is ironic. They are looking to push the singles more often than not and just continue having that scoreboard take over. But as you mentioned previously, Navin BDC, and just to confirm, the other wrist spin I was speaking about is young Micah McKenzie out of Antigua and Barbuda and the Leeward Islands, who was a standout player in that West Indies Breakout League as well with his wrist spin. Navin BDC, personally, I think he has an excellent future ahead because of his all-round capabilities. He's a hard worker, does a lot of work behind the scenes on his fitness, his batting, his bowling, his fielding, every aspect of the game. Always want to train and give 150%, and players like that, there's always room for them.
Let's go. And again, a lot keeper missing this one, and it's going away. It's going to go close to the boundary, but well fielded there by Fanis, and that's 2 more to the total. This one seems as if it took the outside half of the bat, outside edge of the bat, and it went through. So no signal by umpire Daniel. So it's 2 more to Adrian Hetmeyer.
So a couple of occasions the wicketkeeper has not taken the ball cleanly. I think it could just be down to some awkward bounce coming off of the pitch as well, because we've seen some deliveries get extra bounce, some keep extra low.
And this was a full delivery. It's hit in the air.
It's magnificently stopped. I think they were looking for the ball at the boundary, but it was stopped at backward point. That delivery, I was just watching the umpire at square leg also to see if there might have been any signal, but no signal at all.
Yeah, full deliveries. He's in the middle of a long spell here. Thoughts of it could have been a no ball. It was a full toss, but no signal by umpire Sandy. And it's well fielded at man at backward point. Glasgow is into his 5th over of the day. This one just outside off, left alone by Hetmeyer. Just about maybe an over away from the first water break of day 2 here. Windward Islands would be pleased so far with their performance in the first hour, taking 3 of the Guyanese wickets. As mentioned earlier, they require 182 to avoid a follow-on. 58 for 5. A water break close by as the field. On the onside for Shamar Apple is a deep mid wicket. He's going a bit squarer now. And a long on. Mid off. Captain Theo Edward just hanging on the 30-yard circle. There's Ron Mitchell to continue. There's a man at front. Just be backward a square and a mid wicket. Mitchell giving it an appreciable amount of air. Enticing Shamar Apple to play that big shot, but he doesn't seem to be one to be doesn't need much encouragement to play the big shots.
Yeah, indeed. I think if I was in the position of the spinner here, as it's Cody Fontenelle to the attack.
So he's another leggy. Would have been replacing Mitchell.
Yeah, I would definitely give the ball as much flight as possible and encourage them to play those strokes. They have the runs behind in support, and they are not flying away with the target at this moment. So he has protection. He has put a fielder back on the long on boundary, and the natural angle of this wrist spinner will be turning in to the left-handed Apple. So try to encourage him to go in the aerial route.
It's good work there of feeling of his own bowling, preventing the single. Five-4 field, maintaining that slip. Very steady there by Shamar Apple and that over. Good start here for Cody Fontanelle. Made Nova. 61 for 5 after 22 overs. Windward Islands being asked to bat first yesterday. Amassed a very impressive 281. Led by their captain, Theo Edward. Opening the batting, scoring 100.
Yeah, 139 from Theo Edward of 133 deliveries. So strike rate above 100, which is very impressive for the longer version of the game that featured 19 fours and 4 sixes. And the second top score after that would have been Tyler Veneer on 47. He made from 160 deliveries. So look at the contrasting efforts there. Edward 139 off 133 and Veneer 47 off 160. So it just goes to show you, by all means, important runs and contrasting styles being employed. Desron Mitchell also ended not out on 19 from 61. Zach Thomas, who opened the innings, 27 from 37. And those were the scores to note. In terms of the bowling department for the Guyanese, Micah Amsterdam had 5 wickets for 58. And Gibran Yaqub, 3 wickets for 49.
So another bowling change here for the Windwards. Taking up the attack from the northern end is Tyler Veneer. Was a successful bowler yesterday, taking up one of the Guyanese wickets. So far he's 1 for 4 in his 4.1 overs. High on confidence would be Tyler. After scoring 47, spending a lot of time at the crease yesterday.
I think he should have a first-hand appreciation of how the pitch and the surface is playing. Oh, and he's getting some nice bit of bounce. He's one of the taller lads in the field. Rightfully so. He'll be able to generate nice purchase off of the surface.
Yeah, very steady run up, slow, with strong shoulders. Tyler delivering off a quick arm action. Reminds me a bit of a Dwayne Bravo style bowling action. And just a gentle approach, more so now in the latter half of Dwayne Bravo's, one of the most impressive slower deliveries that the game has ever seen.
Bravo is one of the first bowlers in international cricket to really emphasize the importance of those slower deliveries. Well, you can see from Tyler's action and from his deliveries thus far that he's getting the ball to skid on quite nicely, generate a decent amount of pace in addition to the bounce. So it's a good approach from him.
So Veneer to continue. This one is going down the leg side. It's a loud appeal. There is a noise, but seems as if it came off the thigh guard and through to the wicket keeper. As we quickly approaching the first drinks interval here on day 2. Guyanese 61 for 5. West Indies under 17 championship. Rising Stars. Hitmeyer playing it out to backward point. Cody Fontenelle picks up, no run. So that will close off the 23rd over. And 61 for 5. Okay, Shav, your thoughts on the first hour play?
Good start overall from the Windward Islands, picking up some key wickets. 3 wickets in that first hour. And at the end of the day, not many runs have been scored. So the momentum is certainly in their favour. And we look forward to the second hour of play when they come back. So as the players take a drinks break on the field, we'll take a short break in the booth as well and rejoin you in a bit.
So we're back here at the National Cricket Centre, Ghana, 61 for 5 at the drinks break. They're under a bit of pressure here, and at this moment Anil Akan joins me and Anil. They're in a situation where for the Windward Islands all results are still possible.
Yeah, at this stage of the game, the Guyana under a lot of pressure here at the National Cricket Centre. Batting second, 61 for 5. Elran Glasgow 3 for 24. The pick of the bowlers to the Windward Islands has been very, very good indeed this morning. Remember, they started at 24 for 2 overnight.
Yeah, so it's been pretty much all going the way of Windward Islands this morning.
And you know, we're having a discussion off air earlier of the possibility of that, of getting to that score of 182, which is required. I think that'll be the first order of business. And lovely running indeed here from the Guyanese duo, getting back for a brace here. So the score moves on to 67 for 5.
Yeah, the two batsmen at the middle, Hetmeyer and Apple. And we spoke about that 182 that they need to get. And at this stage, you'll think it's very unlikely. But all they need is for these two, Hetmeyer and Apple, to build a partnership and take them close, as this one is driven over the top and it's not going to go to the boundary, just over the infield, and they get a single.
So some definite intent from the spear, but a lot of rebuilding is required at this stage here from both these players in order for the Windward Islands to have any sniff of a chance of trying to save this game at the first option.
Yeah, 100%. And these two, they've been pretty aggressive, especially Apple. You know, he's come out and he's playing shots. He just played that sweep shot for 2. And then he tried to go over cover. Now it's Hetmeyer who is going to take up the strike. And the leg spinner,
Adrian Hetmeyer.
leg spinner, Fontenelle, sorry, he is continuing.
He rocks into the back foot, plays it neatly out to extra cover. There's no run. So the score remains on 67 for the loss of 63. My apology for the loss of 5 wickets.
It's a well-flighted delivery, and so far Fontenelle in his 2 overs has looked pretty good. I mean, that's what you want to see in this red ball format. You want to see the spinners, especially, you know, varying their pace well and trying to encourage the batsman to play anything loose. That's a faster one this time, and it looks to be the googly or maybe even the slider, just sliding down the leg side into the keeper's gloves.
So yeah, that one just going past the front pad and into the mid of the wicketkeeper. It definitely is the googly, just pitching all about middle and leg and going further away. But this surface definitely at this stage, Liam, is gripping a bit. So we expect the spinners to come more and more into this contest as the day progresses.
Yeah, you can look at it there, that one. It turned quite a lot, and if he could get that on spot outside the off stump or even on and about the off stump, it's a good delivery and a wicket taking delivery as well. So once he could get the line right, he'll be good.
Well, one might be well advised to have that ball pitching just about that off stump line, giving it some generous slide and try and open up that gate between bat and pad, and get the batters to invite that booming drive, that will open up that space between the bat and pad there, and maybe LBW or a bull long, 2 definite options.
Yeah, it also brings the inside edge into play, and if there's a short leg, there's always a chance. So Theo Edward is into the attack now, into the 25th over, the centurion of the first innings. The right arm off spin, and he starts well. A loud appeal and not out, says the umpire. Definitely going down leg, but a good start from Edward.
Yeah, Edward, the skipper of the Windward Islands team, with 138 to his name in the first innings there, really laying the platform for his team.
It's in the air, chance of a catch, down at long off, but just short, and it's going to spin away from him. They pick up 2 more runs. So Apple has definitely, in fact they just get the single, but Apple has definitely looked to take on these spinners in this inning so far.
But at this stage, one would want them to be a bit more circumspect in their approach. Not that you don't want to show intent, but at the same time, you don't want to lose wickets in clusters here to further complicate the batting situation as it is.
Yeah. The field is not completely up either. It's an in and out field, which I can understand if you want to go over the top when the fielders are up in the circle, but that's an appeal. Not out, says the umpire, but Theo Edward has come in and he's really had his stamp on this game. He's now coming with the ball and he is making things happen. First 3 deliveries, he could have had 3 wickets.
Well, I'll tell you what, Liam, I am in a total agreement that skipper Theo should
That's a good looking shot there from Hetmeyer. It's going to run very close to the long off boundary, and the fielder does well, and Hetmeyer is going to pick up 3 runs, so much more in control than some of the shots I've seen from Apple so far.
Yeah, nicely flighted delivery from the skipper there, but Hetmeyer was equal to the task there, just length on it and caressed it through extra cover, and away she goes. 3 added to the score. So nice flowing cover drive there from Adrian Hetmeyer.
A faster one this time from Edward. So he's varying the space well. He's flighting 1 or 2. He's bowling a quicker one. And already into his first over, he's showing that he is looking to take wickets and try to clean up the steal. Apple drives, full toss down to long off, just for a single, so not a bad over.
.68 for 5. Shamar Apple, he's on 16 from 26 deliveries, 2 boundaries in that. And Adrian Hetmeyer is on 11 from 20 deliveries. So 182 would be the first order of business to try and avoid that follow on. Lovely flighted delivery again. This one is worked to mid wicket. Playing slightly across the line of flight, but getting enough bat.
I think
It's Apple.
I think Apple is a walking wicket at this stage because of how aggressive he wants to be. This punch lovely and a brilliant bit of work from the mid-off fielder. Excellent diving stop there.
And that shot had 4 written all over it, but a magnificent piece of fielding from mid-off by the fielder from mid-off, taking away what would have definitely been a boundary and restricting, more importantly, the scoring to just a single.
So we'll have a look at that again after this ball, or we'll see it now.
Yeah, tumbling save to his right.
This time it's driven through the covers. A lovely shot from Adrian Hetmeyer, and that is going to be a boundary, a well-deserved boundary.
So good intent from Adrian Hetmeyer there, just leaning on that delivery, nicely flighted outside the line of the off stump, and I'm sure the bowler will not be too perturbed by that at all, Liam, because what you want to do is just open up that gap between bat and pad with that invitation when it comes to that flighted delivery, especially if it's the googly.
Oh, this one's flatter, and it was short. Hetmeyer was quick onto the back foot, but there is a man out there at deep mid wicket. Hetmeyer's frustrated. He knows he missed out. It was a bad delivery. Let's have a look at it again. It was short, and he waited on it, and almost picked out the fielder down at deep mid wicket.
Yeah, just pulling down that delivery there. And Hetmeyer was quick onto the back foot there, pivoted, but not getting the kind of placement that he would have wanted, and only being able to profit by a single. And this one is short. It goes through the cover fielder. This one, they're going to turn and come back comfortably for 2 runs. So Apple putting some pressure here on this Windward Islands team, Liam.
But the Windward Islands at the moment are leaking runs. This is becoming a bit of a problem for them. And when they leak runs like this, the pressure comes off Guyana. Guyana now could play a couple of overs and not feel threatened. So at the moment, it's all just not going to plan. They need a couple quick wickets or maybe some dot balls.
Yeah, so the score at this moment, 75 for 5. Shamar Apple, he's on 18 from 30 deliveries, 2 boundaries. And Adrian Hetmeyer growing in confidence here, Liam. 16 from 22 deliveries and a solitary boundary. But more importantly, these players need to stick around. I think their first order of business now will be to bat until lunchtime, reassess, and then try and take it as deep as possible into the afternoon session. So a lot of work still here to be done, but take nothing away. The Windward Islands have been brilliant this morning.
Yeah, I think so. I think the fast bowlers especially.
Glasgow has been a revelation, getting 3 wickets so far in the innings. 3 for 24 from 7 overs. A really inspiring opening spell this morning from him, and ably supported by Bourne Fannis and Tyler Venner. Those are the wicket takers thus far.
Oh, full toss, a diving effort. Got a hand to it, and it might just run into the boundary for 4, and it does. What an effort it was, though, from the fielder at mid-off. It was a full toss, and
so that full toss was drilled through extra cover there. A valiant attempt by the fielder from mid-off. He was diving full stretch away, just getting his fingertips to it, but it raced into the boundary. So Adrian Hetmeyer profits by another boundary.
yeah, it was a full toss. And once again, the Windward Islands have not been great over the past 4 or 5 overs. I think since you and I have come on, it's done well for Guyana. They've been scoring runs quite freely.
Well, for me, just looking at it, Liam, it just seems to me that the Windward Islands bowlers, they've become a bit impatient at this stage, looking for a delivery every single delivery, rather than just remain compact, stitch a couple dot balls together and, try and recreate that pressure that will bring about, the batter's downfall.
Good delivery, much better from Edward. And now, if you get those 1 or 2 maiden overs in a row, that just sort of builds pressure. Guyana would know that they're in a bad position, and they want to try to, as you said, I think the plan would be to battle lunch. And if the Windward Islands could pick out 1 or 2 wickets in the next 45 minutes or 40 minutes we've got before lunch, that could really set this game on fire going into that second session.
Well, they've done a tremendous job thus far, Liam. Getting 3 wickets in the first hour, really tells you that they have been extremely dominant. But take nothing away from this pair of Shamar Apple and Adrian Hetmeyer. They've come and really tried to be as positive as possible. It's a lovely flighted delivery there. This one is worked through mid-wicket. It goes down to long on, a single on offer. So Hetmeyer profits by 1. The score goes on to 82 for 5.
They're 83 for 5 now at the end of the 27th over. This partnership now up to 40.
And 40 in very quick time indeed. And what it has done, really, it has rattled this Windward Islands team. From the moment go this morning, they seem to be fully energized. Lots of energy, still lots of energy on the field. But this pair has definitely taken some breath out of their feeling at this stage here, Liam.
So it looks like it's going to be Fontenelle to continue, the leg spinner. And Hetmeyer played a couple of booming drives in that last over, but Fontenelle won't be too disturbed by that because of the fact that he's got the googly eyes. Hetmeyer's going over the top, and it's going to run into the boundary for 4.
So Adrian Hetmeyer here showing a lot of intent. That was a flighty leg spinner just on about that off stump, and he's taking the aerial route over extra cover, high and handsome, and it goes into the boundary for 4. So here it is. Adrian Hetmeyer have decided that he's not going to allow those loopy deliveries to to go unpunished, and definitely taking the opportunity there to go high and handsome over extra cover.
But he's manipulating the field well now because they've now sent back long off and cover. So you've now got an easy chance to just get back on your back foot or go forward
So
and get a single.
yeah. So that's what happens when you take when you have that kind of positive approach. It does bring about some kind of feeling changes.
Oh, that one keeping a bit low, and Hetmeyer was on the back foot and flicking it upishly, short of the man though.
So that was the googly just on about middle and leg, just opening up a bit here and working it to mid wicket. There's no run. And here we see another inviting leg spinner, just all about that fourth, fifth stump line, Liam. And he does have a slip in place, a backward point, and an extra cover. And here we see this one is spinning away viciously outside the line of the off stump, but not troubling the batter. If anything, possibly wants to be a bit closer between middle and off, asking Hetmeyer to play those deliveries. And this one is stabbed out to short third man. There's no run. So at the end of the over, the score 87 for 5. The Guyana team replying to 281, the first innings score by the Windward Islands, led by the captain, magnificent 138 yesterday. So the Windward Islands totally in charge at this stage, 87 for 5. And this partnership now is worth in excess of 40 runs between Adrian Hetmeyer and Shamar Apple. As a matter of fact, at this stage, Adrian Hetmeyer has gone past Shamar Apple at this stage in the innings.
And what's interesting about that is that when you look at the way that both of these batsmen have scored their runs, I think Apple has been a bit more aggressive and in some ways reckless, because he's trying to clear the fielder who's on the long off boundary at times, whereas Hetmeyer has been a lot more controlled in the way that he has approached things.
Well, in the last half an hour, what we have seen is Guyana has somehow been able to take a bit of control in the last half an hour of play. Very important for both Hetmeyer and Apple to continue to show intent but not be reckless at this stage.
Yeah, most definitely. Tyler Venner comes back into the attack. 5 overs, 3 runs and a wicket early up. 4 runs and a wicket.
So the skipper introducing himself for that solitary over, decided 2 overs. He decided that he's going to go back to his seamers. Now we must take into consideration as well that there is bowling points for both the seamers and the wrist spinners. So hence the reason why he may have adopted to go right back to his seaming option at this stage.
So Vena's adopted a good line and length so far, but probably just want to be a bit closer to that off stump, just to invite the left-hander to play at the ball a little bit more. You don't want them leaving too many deliveries. You want them playing at everything.
Well, if anything, I would love to see these bowlers attack the stumps a bit more often and challenge that front pad.
Yeah, much better. And you can see a bit of squaring up there from Apple.
Just possibly just moving off the sieve at the last moment, but Apple was able to make that adjustment, playing it right under his eyes, and was able to tap it out to that point position. There's no run.
Yeah, so 2 steps in for Venner.
To be honest with you, Liam, I like this line that he's bowling there. He's asking the batters there to make that judgment, if to leave or if to play. Just all about that fourth stump line. Very challenging indeed. He's bowling with 2 slips, a gully, a backward point, a cover point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man on the fine leg boundary. So this one is played very softly indeed out to a point. Yes, no run. So the Windward Islands having a excellent morning thus far. Will want to continue at least, maybe to pry out another wicket before the luncheon interval. Just about 25 past 11 in Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah,
And to our listeners out in Guyana and the Eastern Caribbean, we'd like to say a pleasant good morning to you all, or wherever you may be around the globe at this stage.
So another good over from Tyler Venner, another maiden for him, and at the end of the 29th over, 87 for 5. This partnership is up to 44 now, and we spoke about what Guyana needed to do to be competitive in this game, and the first thing we said is that these two need to build a partnership, and they're doing just that. We also mentioned that they need to get to 182 to avoid the follow-on, and to get first innings points is going to be very hard for them here, I think.
Well, I mean, as we know, Liam, this game is a game of glorious uncertainties. Both these players could sit down there and get 100 apiece, and then 281 looks very gettable indeed.
Yeah.
But at this stage, it has been all Windward Islands this morning.
Oh, that's kept very low, and you look at things like that when it's the 2 on the ball is keeping low, and that is what's going to make it difficult for Guyana batting second to try to get first innings points. The pitch is going to misbehave a little bit. There's going to be a bit more rough. It's not going to be as easy to bat going into the evening session. That's a good line.
But kudos, Liam, to Adrian Hetmeyer. Watching that ball right under his eyes there and playing it, and that is what is going to be required for the rest of the day, because it's going to get lower and slower as the day progresses.
Flighted, and he's driving down to deep cover for a single.
So
he's showing some control. A couple overs ago,
showing a lot of control there. The skipper of the Windward Islands team there, going with that protection on the point boundary there. The ball spinning away from the right-hander. Excellent indeed, not allowing the Guyanese duo here to get away with some easy boundaries. Help me to those boundaries, easy boundaries.
So I'm keeping a bit low again. They're thinking about going for the single. It's not there though.
Yeah, that one keeping a trifle low again, but Apple just stabbing it out to mid-off. I thought there was a single on offer there, Liam, had they communicated earlier.
Oh, that's well flighted. It's a full toss, but outside the line of the leg stump. Misses out there though. There's a deep mid-wicket and a long on, as well as a deep cover for Apple. So, if he had to hit that one, he had to hit it behind square and try to get the boundary. But he's missed out.
And lovely flighted delivery on about that off stump, inviting that booming drive. He just leant on it, played out to extra cover, and at the end of the over, it is 88 for the loss of 5 wickets.
So they're halfway there, the Windward Islands, but they can't seem to find a way to break this partnership. And I think it's good captaincy from Edward, noticing immediately that the spinners weren't really effective, and he went straight back to his fast bowlers. And now Venner, just the 6 overs for him, 4 runs conceded and a wicket. He is going to look to continue on that note and try to prize out at least one of these guys just to break that partnership going in to the lunch break. It's now
and
11:30.
Just to bring our listeners up to speed of what's taking place at UWI, there seems to be a rain at this moment. So play has stopped at the university, the UWI.
And Leeward Islands are there 58 for 3 in 13 overs. Over in Presal, Trinidad and Tobago declared at 252 for 8. And Barbados, in reply, after 22 overs, are batting 67 for 2. So Venner is in to bowl to the right-handed Hetmeyer here, and Hetmeyer has really been impressive.
So Shamar Apple and Adrian Hetmeyer, both these players showing a lot of fight here for the Guyanese. just about 28 minutes to lunch here at the National Cricket Centre in Balmain. This one is played away into the third man region. They go for one. They're going to come back for two. An excellent running indeed there from Hetmeyer and Apple.
Yeah, brilliant. And they made up their mind to get that two very, very early. So just an update. So once again at the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Ground over in Uwe. Rain at the moment. Leeward Island 76 for 5. So not in in too different of a position than Guyana at the moment, 88 for 5.
But this partnership has really blossomed from strength to strength. Both Adrian Hetmeyer and Apple have shown a lot of fight.
It's a good delivery, and Hetmeyer squaring up just a bit.
Yeah, just looking to possibly play that ball onto the onside there and get a single. But playing a bit too early there, Liam.
So 47 runs a partnership.
So what a wonderful contribution indeed. But
They
it's
needed
just
this,
the beginning of what's required in regards to this effort that's required.
Well, I think you can't look at it from that perspective if you want to get there. You gotta make small goals going into the innings.
Well, I'm sure, Liam, that they will have set themselves in possibly trenches of 10, and build that partnership to, a substantial total. So yeah, every 10 runs, they would look to recalibrate and see where they are and just keep going.
You could also look at it, in terms of sessions. You try to bat for half an hour and see how the runs flow. The longer you're there, the easier it becomes to score runs. So if you look at it as in a stage like that, let's get to the first water break, and then after that, get to the next 5 overs, and then get to possibly the lunch break without losing another wicket. Then you'll think it's a pretty good recovery from these two.
But one has to also take in mind, when you look at the flip side, you just as batters, you just don't want to be occupying the crease. You want to make sure that you're taking over the scoreboard as well. And singles are an integral part of breaking up the field and also mashing up the plans of the opposition when they're out in the middle.
Yeah, and I think, as a bowler myself, you want to bowl more of your deliveries at one batsman. You want to be able to, let's just say you have a left hander out there, you want to bowl 4 or 5 deliveries at least in an over at one batsman, just
so what
to
you
work out your
say,
plans.
Liam, is that you want to be able to have that plan in place and keep working away at that specific batter in terms of your plans. And fair play to that, but to the batters, they will want to mash that up as quickly as possible. Because rotation or strike, from a bowling perspective, you also have to recalibrate in terms of your line and your lengths as well. Well, more so your line, adjustment of line.
And I think, that's the beauty of long format cricket. It's all about the batsman versus the bowler. All about those little plans that you have in place. And a couple little things like that. That's why I think there's still so much room for test match cricket. There's a lot of talk about test match cricket becoming too boring as cricket gets shorter and shorter, but there's so much, I at least have so much respect for the longest format of the game, because it's a game of thinking and it's a game of concentration. It's almost like a chess match.
It also brings, and here we see that booming drive.
On a misfield from the man at point, he didn't cater for the spin, and it just hit the grass and spun away from him, and allows Hetmeyer to pick up 2 runs, and that is going to bring up the 50 partnership for these two.
So congratulations to Adrian Hetmeyer and Shamar Apple, doing that repair job, but it's only now started, Liam.
Yeah, I think that they're probably like a quarter of the way there when you look at how big this ask of them is.
Exactly.
It's Fontenelle again.
And that's a good
he's driving and it's over the fielder at slip. A thick outside edge and into the boundary for 4. So fortune favouring the Brave here.
So So Adrian Hetmeyer, the flighted delivery, going for that square drive, takes the outside edge and flew past the first slip, and away she goes into the third man boundary for 4. But at this stage of the game, Liam, that kind of risk is not really required at this stage. But I guess Hetmeyer is in that mood, Liam, where he believes once it's within his arc, you know, he's gonna have a go at it. And so far it has been profitable, but let's hope that it doesn't bring his demise as well.
Yeah, well, he's on to 35 now, and with that, he's also looking. Yeah, he's on to 35 now, and with that, you know, comes a bit of confidence. And I think, to be fair to him, what he did well there was the ball was pitched up, it was flighted, but he went hard at it. So once he goes hard enough, it's going to go over the fielders.
Not only that, but it's going to take some catching as well.
Exactly,
from the
yep.
slip.
So he was able to use that as advantage. I think when you're going hard. And the way that both of these batsmen have batted, they've both gone pretty hard at it. There is value in probably getting a fly slip for, or maybe a short third man for that same delivery that Hetmeyer's going to go after.
Well, I think it's very much possible that they could possibly take that fielder, you know, from mid-wicket, open up that gap there, and, you know, get him there at that fly slip position. But at the end of the over, Guyana replying to 281 scored by the Windward Islands in their first innings. They are 98 for 5. Shamar Apple, he's on 20 not out, and Adrian Hetmeyer has moved on to 29 from 42 deliveries, 3 boundaries and that. So 98 for 5. And just about 20 minutes before the lunch and interval, the Guyanese counterparts, they will want to try as much as possible to go into that lunchtime, you know, with the same 5 wickets down. But we're going to see a change of bowling from the pavilion end. So it's going to be Cody Frontel from the northern end. Hetmeyer playing it a bit ungamely there. Taps it out to extra cover. There's no run. But just possibly playing a bit too early, turning the bat face there. Not playing it with the maker's name. It's going to be Cody Frontel, and this one is played more in the approved fashion, showing the maker's name. There's no run. The score remains on 98 for 5. What an excellent partnership indeed, in excess of 50 runs between Adrian Hetmeyer and Shamar Apple. That is, you are listening to round 1 of the Rising Star Under 17 Regional Championship. It is a 2-day encounter being played here at the National Cricket Centre in Balmain. Lovely conditions here for cricket. This one is worked to mid-wicket. Just down about leg stump. Just allowed it to come on to him. Used some risk there, but unable to beat the fielder at mid-wicket. The score remains on 98 for 5. So Cody continues here from the northern end, looking to pry out another Guyanese wicket as they approach the lunch and interval. But a very good resistance indeed from both Hetmeyer and Shamar Apple. And this one is just about that 4th, 5th stump line, asking questions of Hetimaya, but I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Just pulling inside the line at the last moment there and allowing the ball to go through to the wicketkeeper.
So 98 for 5 now. They are definitely settling in nicely. But Vanna's coming and he's not bowled badly. He's hit a good line and length. And he's not allowing them to score as quickly as they were scoring before. Short ball, that's lovely. That's good thinking. There's a man down there at fine leg and just against the run of play a bit after a couple good deliveries. He snuck a short one in.
Yeah, and one must always remember that, the bowlers want to remind the batters that, look, we do have something in store for you guys. You're not just going to be coming onto the front foot, pressing onto the front foot. We've got something here that's capable of pushing you back as well. So lovely change of delivery there. Very aggressive indeed from the young seamer.
It's gone again. And Hetmeyer is leaving that one. So the end of another good over from Tyler Venner. The end of 33, 98 for 5.
So excellent there from Adrian Hetimaya. Just dropping the hands at the last moment and allowing it to go into the middle of the wicketkeeper. So at the end of the over, it's 98 for 5. And we're just about 18 minutes away from the luncheon interval. I'm sure the Guyanese at this stage, they will want to go into the luncheon interval without no further loss there.
Yeah, most definitely. Just about 18 minutes to go. And, from a Windward Islands perspective, you want to sneak in. Probably you could try to sneak 7 in, but maybe 5 to 6 overs is what we're looking at before the break because the fast bowlers have now returned. There's another fast bowler coming in from the media center end, and with that comes the fact that fast bowlers always take a bit more time to get through an over than a spinner. So you're probably looking at 4 to 5 overs now in this last 17 minutes before lunch.
Unless something dramatically takes place. But we've seen thus far this morning the wickets have tumbled in clusters. So with the return of the fast bowler from the pavilion end, I'm sure the Windward Islands, they will still be smelling blood at this stage, Liam.
Yeah, I think so. I think they'll know that a couple good deliveries here could really bring them right back into where they want to be, which is completely on top and looking at probably an outright victory. It's Glasgow. After a brilliant spell this morning, he's got 3 for 24 in his 7 overs. He is going to look to attack those stumps. You can see from that first delivery, it was a wide. It was, but not a wide, but it was down leg side. But you can see his plan is clear. He wants to go straight and attack the stumps. He's got a short mid wicket, a mid on, and a deep fine leg. And on the offside, 2 slips, a backward point, a cover point, short cover, and a mid off.
So I'm sure the skipper would be asking him for one last effort before the luncheon interval.
That very close to the off stump. Apple deciding that he's going to leave that and just passing very close to the off stump. The wicketkeeper was not able to collect cleanly. Let's have a look at it again. It just jagged back in a bit.
So some very late movement indeed from Glasgow. Maybe just a coat of paint away from the off stump. And the wicketkeeper, his hands was going up, Liam, thinking that it had gone into the off stump. Unfortunately for the bowler, it missed the stumps. The wicketkeeper, I must admit, also, was beaten at the last moment there with that inward movement from Glasgow.
So the right-hander's on strike now, Hetmeyer, and Glasgow's going to go round the wicket and look to angle the ball back into the stumps. It's in the air! And a crowd catch, as they call it. It was hit into the ground, and the backward point fielder was appealing.
Yeah, so a moment of excitement there. This ball hit hard into the ground there, but some excellent feeling at extra cover, resulting in no run. But just a bit uppish there, not getting his head right over the delivery there, but throwing the hands more than anything, not getting the connection.
No, it's an outside edge this time, and the slip fielder did get a hand to it, but couldn't stop it. And I think with that delivery that Apple left, you go back to that one that almost got us off stump. I think you're looking now at the last 15 minutes or so. That's about 4 overs of the session, and you're thinking survival. You don't really want to play shots anymore. You want to just kind of get to the break.
Yeah,
And
but sometimes, Liam, I think that could be the downfall
Exactly.
of batters, because you tend to go into a shell, going into the interval, and not really showing that level of intent going into the break. So this one is tapped out there. Some excellent feeling at extra cover, having a shot at the stumps. But Apple was able to get back his ground. So that score remains on. So the total goes on to 100. 100 for 5. The 100 for 5. The 100 coming up in over number 34. 33.5 overs. So 182 is what is required. But more importantly, Guyana needs to get to 182 to avoid having to follow on in this game here at the National Cricket Centre. Lovely conditions I've greeted here at the National Cricket Centre. Nice sunshine, just cool, really good conditions here, Liam. Not too hot.
Yeah, and you can see a bit of gamesmanship going on here. I'm looking down at the boundary, and on the edge of the boundary, and I'm seeing 2 Guyanese substitutes, and they're going to go out and carry some water, maybe some gloves, just to kill some time. I said, oh, well, he's left this one alone, and it's cannoned into his pads, but it's going to go down as a leg by, but I don't think
He played a shot.
he didn't play a shot, so I don't think he'll be able to get a run from that.
But as you say, some gamesmanship here from the guy, and he's looking to eat away some minutes here, Liam, before that lunch and interval.
Well,
Clearly
hard
his
to see.
bat was up in the air.
If you look at it from this perspective now, he sized up like he was going to play a shot, and then he pulled out of the shot, but
Could you give him the benefit of the doubt that...
I think that umpire Sandy is going to give him the benefit of the doubt, because umpire Sandy is a top umpire, we know that, so it's not a fact of he doesn't know the rules. He's just giving him the benefit of the doubt there, because it looked like he was sizing up to play the shot.
Yeah, it looked touch and go, to be honest with you, because he was in his batting position in terms of receiving, but at the last moment, realizing that the ball was going to cannon into his body, just pulled the bat away at the last moment. So that takes the score to 101, that leg by.
Yeah, 34 overs down now. 10 minutes to the break. And as we mentioned, the Guyanese subs just coming on to try to waste some time almost.
Well, I don't want to use the word wasting time, Liam. I'm sure it's going to be some kind of, information, communication going out, possibly just sending a message that, hey guys, we're just about 2 hours away from the lunch and interval. We're not asking you to, to block it out, but, to try as best as you can and remain unbeaten.
So Venner to continue, and Apple is opening the face down to third man. There's no one on the third man boundary, and it runs into the boundary for 4 now. So Apple not really looking to slow down. It was short and wide, and he was just opening the face, found a gap, 2 slips, but he beat both of them and picks up another boundary.
Yes, a very a deft touch, I would say, Liam, from Apple there, just waiting on it at the last moment and back cutting that ball between that backward point and the slip there, and profiting from a boundary. So that takes the score to 105 now for the loss of 5 wickets. So excellent execution, but we're going to see that shot has immediately prompted a field change from the skipper.
Well, I don't think it's necessary. I think you want to stay on the attack. On an appeal there, but it's definitely too high. I think you want to stay on the attack, especially these last 2 overs. You want to put players in front of the batsman's face and really get them under some pressure.
Especially at this passage of play where we're going into an interval.
Exactly.
A
Yep.
boundary now is not going to hurt you because they've
got
still
runs to play with.
100 and almost 75 on Liam.
Yeah, 176 is the lead at the moment for the Windward Islands. So runs is not an issue. You're looking for wickets, and just before the interval, you want to get maybe a short leg in play. You want to get a fly slip, a leg slip, and
Well, you want to
a
create
short cover. Everybody's up in the batsman face. You want to be talking and chatting at them, and putting them under pressure going into the break because they don't want to lose a wicket before then.
Well, the skipper want to try and create an illusion that something is happening, and create that element of doubt in the batters. But Apple is equal to the task here. Just comes stylishly forward, plays it out to extra cover. There's no run. So the score remains on 105 for 5. We are into over number 35. So approximately 55 overs still remain in the day's play, Liam.
Yeah, still a lot of time. So time is not really the issue for Guyana. They just need to get runs on the board, and this partnership has done exactly that.
And Liam, if they were to continue scoring at possibly 3 runs per over for the rest of the day, they're definitely going to either get close or overhaul that Windward Island first innings. But it's going to take a tremendous effort from both these players. They have shown the application. They have shown that intensity where, they want to be very aggressive at times, and continue to have intent in their batting.
A bad ball there, but what I think has been good as well is that Apple started off things by he was being the aggressive one at first. He was the aggressor. Then Hetmeyer took over, and you just saw that when Hetmeyer started to go, Apple sort of took the back foot role of just being the anchor. And it's good to see young under 17 players understanding that, especially in a format like this, both of you don't need to go at the same time. If Hetmeyer's going, Apple understood that he just needed to stick around and get singles, get him off strike, and that's exactly what he's done again there. Another quick single, and at the end of 35 overs now, the Windward Islands need some wickets. Guyana 106 for 5.
Yeah, and that shows some recovery indeed from this partnership with Hetmeyer and Apple, showing subtle deft touches as well as very aggressive running between the wickets. And that single in particular, what that does, Liam, when you start dropping and run, the fielders in the inner ring have a tendency to possibly want to come a bit tighter. And when that happens, you're able to now go a bit harder and try and get that gap, on both sides of the wicket.
Yeah, so it's going to be Glasgow. Looking at the time now, 11:54. So I think we'll definitely get 2 more overs in. This one and probably 1 more from Venner.
Yeah, Glasgow with that lovely delivery this morning, bowling that left-hander neck and crop. Possibly guilty maybe this morning, Liam, or maybe just playing a tad across the line.
Yeah, I think so. I think they weren't really settled into the morning yet. They didn't really get themselves in, and they were playing a bit of shots. Didn't really work out for them as they lost 3 very quick wickets. But this recovery has been top class. It's now a 63-run partnership as Glasgow is into bowl to Apple. And they're going to rush through for a quick single. I don't see the need in that. It was a bit risky, but he gets away with it. He gets a quick single, and they move on to 107 for 5 now.
But if you were to speak to both these players, they would tell you that they've got that communication level that's required.
Well, it was hit pretty much straight to the short mid-wicket fielder.
Yeah, but I think what saved them there was the fact that there was no pace on the ball for the fielder to to come to him. So hence the reason why he was able to get through for that single. So Hetima, his score is on 37. Apple 25.
Oh, he's looking to drive a Yorker length delivery on appeal, but I think the bat probably just grazing the ground on the way through. But not a bad delivery at all from Glasgow, and if he could get that ball on the stumps, it becomes a big problem.
Yeah, like I said earlier, I believe that sometimes you could go to that plan where you could possibly move one of those fielders from the offside. Maybe the third man, take off the third man and get a short mid-wicket in there, Liam, which will enable the bowlers to bowl a bit straighter at the stumps and possibly open up an opportunity on the leg side for a catch. But this ball, he's neatly onto the back foot there. It's Hettimeyer. Just waited on it. Caressed it out to a backward point. There's no run. So growing in confidence ever so often is both Apple and Hettimeyer. But what a wonderful partnership indeed. 63 runs here, really taking the breath away. The first hour of today's play safely would have said that the Windward Islands was in the ascendancy. They're still in the ascendancy, but the Guyanese now are fighting back with every ounce of effort.
Well, I think that's what Windward Islands need to understand. Whereas they haven't picked up a wicket in a while, they are still on top, and they need to remember that. It's easy for them to think that they're not because of this partnership. As a no ball signal there by the umpire.
Yeah, that ball just misbehaving a bit. That one just took off from a length. But excellent from Hettimeyer there, just riding it and ensuring that it didn't pop up to one of the fielders on the offside. So excellent again from both Hettimeyer and Glasgow. Elran Glasgow. 8.3 overs, 26 runs, 3 wickets.
Yeah, pretty good returns.
And Liam, I love the sight of a left arm seamer running in.
Oh, that one keeping low, and he got bat on it. Well. The pitch starting to misbehave a bit, and that's encouraging signs for the Windward Islands.
But I tell you what, Hettimeyer, if he wasn't batting as long as he is now, you know, the possibility of a new batter having to deal with a delivery of that nature may have brought about a wicket. But Hettimeyer, equal to the task, that ball arcing in from outside the line of the offside. Remember, he's bowling left arm wrong the wicket. That angle is into the right-hander. And overcompensating here. Hettimeyer just essaying a sweep shot of the seamer there. It'd be very interesting to see him if he takes on that sweep shot from the seamer. But he's possibly now, both of these players, Liam, seeing that ball not as big as a breadfruit, but maybe, you know, seeing it a lot better now, you know, having gotten the piece of the pitch, you know, and in their own, within themselves as in a partnership, you know, reminding each other of the responsibility that lies ahead.
Good delivery, very good delivery, making him play at an angle where the ball is coming back into his pads. That's excellent. So at the end of the over, 109 is it? 108 for 5, and
so
are they going to get one more?
I believe we are going to, yes, the umpire has gotten into position, so we're going to have one more before the luncheon interval. So very important over in the context of this contest, Liam.
Yeah, I'd like to see some more aggression though from the Windward Island skipper Theo Edward. I want to see a fielder underneath the bat. I want to see someone in front of the batsman's feet, just at least for this last over.
Well,
try to make something happen.
What I would have done, I definitely would have removed the mid-wicket, Liam. Open up that mid-wicket region and bowl straight at the stumps, asking the batters to hit me through that mid-wicket region and maybe bring about that LBW or bull decision, you know, dismissal. But here it is, we're seeing now that he's even going more defensive now. He's removed the second slip. There's a third man in place, so it's a slip, third man, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg on the boundary.
Oh, good start. Right on spot, a good Yorker length delivery. And it is the new bowler. It looks to be the opening bowler, Fanis.
So Apple playing
in fact,
that.
it's not. It's a new bowler, Kavon Bartholomew.
So this one is squeezed out past extra cover, but good backing up from the middle fielder, ensuring that there is no rotation of the strike. So the score remains on 108 for 5. And this one is clipped to mid-on, and excellent running indeed.
Oh,
and
direct hit! They're very disappointed with that decision from the umpire. But I'd love to have another look at that. Let's see. I think he's home. I think he got home in time.
But what made that run possible was the fact that from the moment they just nodded and off they were. But at this stage of the innings, one would think that you wouldn't want to be risking that kind of single going with just 4 balls to the interval. And this one is played out to back to the bowler.
Just a couple of deliveries left in this first session. There is Bartholomew. He's gone for the Yorker again, down the leg side on appeal. No signal from the umpire, but this has been a good over from Bartholomew. He's made things happen. He's been bowling quickly and he's been bowling at the stumps. But just back to that single, I really don't understand it. And I think the Guyana backroom staff, I think their hearts would have been in their mouths for a second, because this partnership has been so good. You don't want to lose them like that.
Well, I'm sure they're going to have a discussion about that during the lunch and interval. That was too risky a single at this stage.
Here's Bartholomew, a slower delivery and a wide ball signal.
So that one has to be pitched outside the tram line, indicating,
You've seen a couple of wides this morning. It's not often you see a wide in a red ball fixture. Bartholomew wouldn't mind though. It's an extra delivery for him to bowl at these two before the break.
So maybe just get another slip in place for the remaining deliveries here, Liam.
Let's see what he does. Good delivery, making him play on the front foot. Very good. He's looking for that Yorker. And but Hetmeyer, he's set at the moment. Those deliveries aren't going to really trouble him.
So maybe a leg slip, instead of the fine leg, maybe a good option at this stage. If you notice what's happening, Hetmeyer is just falling over a bit there, Liam. And with that delivery arcing down the leg side, he may just play a bit early and find that leg slip fielder. But the skipper trying to ensure that.
Let's see, final delivery of the session up, and it's a Yorker leg delivery just outside the off stump and a dot ball. So that is going to be it, is it?
Well, according to our clock, it's 4 minutes past 12, so the players are now slowly making their way to the pavilion. And at the lunchtime score, it's 108 for 5. So just to give you a recap of what
110 for 5 now, actually, after that over.
110 for 5. Parmesa Ram, LBW Bowl Glasgow for 15. Loma Ciceran, Bowl by Fanis for 17. Emmanuel Lewis, Quad Charles, Bowl Vena for 1. Narendra Sankar, Bowl all with a shot by Glasgow. But Ronnie Court Daniel, Bull Glasgow for 2. And the not out batters are Shamar Apple, the wicketkeeper, he's on 27. And Adrian Hetmeyer, 37. Liam, your thoughts on this morning's action?
Yeah, I think you got to have a clap for the recovery of the Guyanese batsmen, especially this partnership now between Hetmeyer and Apple. And you look back at just about an hour ago, they were 43 for 5. And they really have come back well. 37 overs, now 110. So their role is going to be to bat through the entire day, I think. And when they come back, it's going to be tough for them. Obviously the breaks in cricket team to take a wicket. So we'll have to wait and see how that goes. But at lunch, 110 for 5. And you've got to say that the Windward Islands are still well on top of this game, but the Guyanese are forging a comeback here. So we will be back after lunch as Hetmeyer and Apple will resume. So welcome back here to the National Cricket Centre. The first session going both ways, you have to say. I think they lost 3 wickets, but they came back well in that last partnership at the moment. Hetmaya and Apple building quite nicely, 67 run partnership. And joining me is Keshav Bahadur Singh. And Keshav, you were able to take some wickets in the first hour. So let's see what's going to be the equation here. But it looks like it's going to be Fanis to start us off from the media centre end.
And he starts off right where he left off. So as you mentioned there, good afternoon to all of our viewers and everyone looking on at the Cricket West Indies YouTube channel for this regional under-17 encounter, Guyana and the Windward Islands. Reminder that it's a 2-day affair, hence the reason that they are in whites, and we are on the second day of play. Guyana still trailing by 171 runs, trying to reach to that follow-on target of 182 before they decide to go any further in terms of how they approach the rest of this game. I think that would be the first hurdle to overcome.
Yeah, they want to get past that. That's 72 runs away from it now. Right outside the off stump again. So yeah, just 72 runs away from avoiding, or 73 in fact, from avoiding the follow-on. And yeah, you're right. I think that would be their first goal. But looking at the way that the wicket is playing now, is keeping a bit low. We've seen a couple of occasions, short balls almost hitting the bottom of the pad of some of the batters. So I think that is also going to be something to consider. The Guyanese would have that in their mind. Both of these batsmen would have faced a couple deliveries so far that kept low on them. So we'll have to see how they are able to negotiate that. It's Fanis. Oh, and an inside edge onto the pad. There's not going to be too much swing movement at the moment. It is still early days in this innings, but into the 40th or the 38th over, it's not going to be swinging a whole lot. So that is going to work in the favour of Apple and Hetmaya, who we spoke about how well they batted before the break. It's going to be a different challenge now because they have to get set once again.
Nicely played. You just get a single, but what I've really admired about this pair since they've come to the crease is that they have tried to rebuild the innings in a very sensible manner. Initially, we saw some aggression from Apple, and then afterwards we saw some better running between the wickets. I find that is one of the most impressive components of this partnership, because even the 3 wickets that fell prior in the first morning session of play, the top order batsmen were just looking to either leave alone or play boundary scoring shots. They weren't really looking to drop the ball, play with soft hands, get those singles. And from the moment that this pair came to the crease, you saw them looking for those quick singles, even with the ball going straight to the fielders, because they trusted themselves and the ability to back up themselves and run quickly between the wickets. So it put the pressure on the fielding team, and you can see the results now that they have a solid partnership and they're continuing along nicely.
Well, and there's so much value in that. You know, Anna Lakan earlier was speaking about breaking up the plans that, or the sort of periods of play where, you know, you're bowling at one batsman for a long time and you're kind of working them out. Things like that would break it up when you have to. And then you also look at the fact that there's a left-hander and a right-hander out there, and if you bowl 5 balls at a right-hander, the field doesn't have to move. But when you're constantly getting these singles, you're sort of just getting some tired legs going on, you know, having to switch across to either side of the wicket. So there's so much value in running between the wickets.
And right on cue, as we saw there, first a single down to short third, then a single just the inside mid-wicket. No expansive shots, just simply opening the face of the bat or closing the face depending on the type of delivery. And just walking down the crease, he saw that from Apple in a few instances when he now started his innings, and seems to like that approach. It brings this over from Farneston N, and it will be 112 for 5 at the end of it. And Adrian Hetmeyer, just a note, Guyanese youth cricketer, recently featured also in the Sir Garfield Sobers tournament out in Barbados for the University of Guyana. And he is also the nephew of West Indies star Shamar Apple. So he had a couple good performances with bat and ball in that tournament. He scored 86 in one of the games, and he scored a polished 40 as well, picking up 4 wickets for 24 with his brisk medium pace. So he is in a good run of form. That tournament having been played in as recent as July, and we are now in August. So even though he's batting a bit lower down in the order, take nothing away from the fact that Adrian Hetmeyer is very accomplished with the bat.
Yeah, and you could see that the way that he's batted, he's not been looking out of sorts at any point in time. From early on in his innings, he was driving the ball nicely along the ground, manipulating the field well, picking gaps, and he's also shown the ability to hit over the top. So
yeah, and as you mentioned, the fact is Hetmeyer also has a couple of centuries and double centuries to his name, playing in under 15 cricket in Guyana. And he would have led the Guyanese under 15 team in a previous tournament. In fact, in one of the games in 2023, just a couple of years ago, slammed a 260. Yeah, he made a 260 not out of 164 deliveries for the Rose Hall Abersmart team against Betsy Ground in an under 15 match. So to me, no matter what format, what level of cricket you're playing, a double hundred is a double hundred.
100%, and it's hard because it not only have to have some sort of batting ability, but you've got to have a lot of fitness, and you've got to be able to have a lot of concentration to bat for that amount of time as well. And Hetmeyer really has looked up to the task here in this game. And you know, he spoke about the Gary Sobers tournament that he would have played in Barbados. That's such a good developmental tournament. I played in that tournament back in 2018 when I was, I think, 14 years old, maybe. Yeah, 14. And it's a very, very competitive tournament.
Yeah, I could imagine. And the fact is that he in fact holds the record in the Burmese under 15 limited overs tournament with a score of 277. So that's why I mentioned that it was his second double century, as that over comes to an end, 113 for the loss of 5. So Hetmeyer, he looks to be very impressive. And also Richard Ramdale, who we saw with the regional under 15 team in Antigua earlier this year, very impressive batsman as well. He also has a few centuries to his name, scored an impressive 127 in that Burmese under 15 tournament a couple of years back. And for these youngsters, I mean, 13, 14, 15, scoring centuries, double centuries, could it be a testament, Liam, to the fact that we know Guyanese batsmen always have prolific run scoring abilities,
They
and
like to score big.
no matter what. And is it that the fact that they start from such a young age that they become so accustomed to it when they reach at the senior level, it's nothing new?
Yeah, I think it's about building good habits. And, you know, if you have a habit from when you're a young cricketer of scoring big and not settling for 50 or settling for 100, you want to go twice that, you want to go a double 100, then it becomes a habit. You strive for that excellence at every point of your career. Nothing changes as you get older. It's about not being happy with mediocrity. You want to be different. Here is Fanis again to Hetmeyer. An appeal! And maybe just going down leg, but the direct hit, and he could have been out. Apple was all the way at the other end. Hetmeyer stood his ground, and a direct hit would have been very interesting. But he lives to fight another day.
Yeah, just wonder. Take a look at this one again. So the appeal seems to be a bit too high and maybe going down leg. But the run out, this is what we were interested in. Oh, I think he would have been gone if he hit there. Very close call indeed.
So he's getting inside the line again and working it down to deep backward square. And Shamar Apple at the crease at the moment is proclaimed by Guyanese journalist Sean Devers, a good friend of Cricket 360, to be the best 15-year-old cricketer in Guyana. That was back in 2025 earlier this year. And he's now playing under 17 cricket. He's looked a bit loose at times today, but you could definitely see that there is something there. There is some talent there.
Oh, definitely you can see this young man has a lot of ability. According to the article written by Sean Devers in the Guyana Chronicle, noted that Shamar has overcome several hurdles in his young life, and in fact he was the leading run scorer for Guyana in the regional under-15 tournament in Antigua in the year 2024. Had a lot of success at the under-17 level as well. Was not selected last year, but this year has been given the opportunity. And I like his maturity, because when he came to the crease, he started to play some aggressive strokes, looked to put the pressure back on the bowlers. I just wondered if he was trying to channel his inner Shamar Joseph, given that they have the first name, and you don't know if the apple fell too far from the tree. But at the same point in time, he has really matured in his innings. He's leaving alone those deliveries that are wide and not forcing them to play. Has a solid defense and even attack. So shaping up very well here is Shamar Apple.
I spoke to Anna Lakan earlier about that. After this ball, I'll get back to that point. Well played. And yeah, you mentioned he started aggressive, and he was looking to hit the ball. Then when Hetmeyer came in, Hetmeyer started to play some shots as well. And I think Apple realized that Hetmeyer is the one on the go. And then you just saw him just sort of take things down a notch, just be the calm, get Hetmeyer back on strike, and provide that sort of anchor role. And you know, that shows great maturity. He's only 15 or 16 years old as well. So you know, when you have a player showing that level of maturity, you've got to be impressed.
Well, most definitely. And again, very intelligent cricket. Just opening the face of the bat, using those wrists, soft hands, everything in tandem with each other, and a single to end the over as he regains strike. At the end of it, 115 for 5, the Guyanese under-17 team. And just to give you some more information in that article from the esteemed Sean Devers relating to Shamar Apple, in fact, he grew up in a situation where his love for cricket was always at the forefront. In fact, he had a bit of a tough upbringing with some orphanages and different factors there, but it never deterred his passion. He had to stay home at some points as he was not allowed to play cricket, but then when he went to live with his aunt, she realized his passion and knew that he always liked the cricket. He said that he would always hit bricks with a piece of wood every time he was sent to the shop, and that was to show how much he wanted to play cricket. So one day his aunt saw him hitting the ball with a pipe, and he hit that
shot.
Oh, that's a beauty.
That was all timing from Shamar Apple. He was on the back foot and placed it way to the left of the fielder at cover, and the man at mid-off, there was no way he was going to get to that. So Shamar Apple has quickly moved on into the 30s now, I think. He's on to 33.
Yep, so he's saying that after his aunt saw him hitting the ball with a pipe, she told him to put on some clothes and took him to the Demerara Cricket Club in Queenstown. And after that, he came to play with the Transport Sports Club in Thomas Lands, Guyana. So essentially, he's definitely one for the future, having gone through the motions as a youngster. And now at this still young age but showing maturity, he indicated that his favorite player is in fact Shafeen Rutherford. And
not a bad guy to follow.
he said that he's been told that he plays like him, and now that I am looking at him shaping up and his type of shot selection, I can see that exact resemblance.
You can see in
There's
his
something
pickup and
very
everything,
uncanny, right?
And he is a left-hander as well.
And you see that mental toughness that he would have developed throughout his life. Certainly doing well. Look at that.
He picked the googly well there.
Amazing delivery from Fontenelle. And the fact that he left it alone so confidently.
Well played, and they're looking for that quick single. That's excellent running between the wickets.
Oh, beautiful cricket.
120 now. Apple under 34. Three deliveries to go in the over. Two deliveries, in fact. Here is Fontel. Oh, and just getting the inside half of the bat. They're going to look for another quick single. This is excellent running from these two young Guyanese batsmen. Look at it again. Just an inside edge. And Apple saw it and called Hetmeyer down. So this partnership building superbly now. It's on to 74 now. Oh, he's cutting this one straight to the man, but he's not going to pick up cleanly.
A bit of a dive, I would say. Tried to retrieve the ball after a good stop initially. I think if that went past him, it would have certainly gone for 4.
So look at this again. He got his hands set, he tried to get up, and he just could not get up in time. And he took another tumble going towards it.
I think the heat out there is having him wish as if he was in a body of water by those movements. More reminiscent of being in a pool or a beach. And this lovely Wednesday, but excellent work nonetheless from the fielder.
I think the manager of the Windward Islands should take them to Maracas tomorrow. 122 for 5 at the end of the 41st over. They still trail by 160, but they're just 60 runs away from avoiding that follow-on, and that is what is very important for the Guyana under 17 team.
I think even he is having a smile. All good in this lovely game of cricket. All's well that ends well.
So it looks like it's going to be Bartholomew into the attack. And they're going to look for the quick single. And Maya was not ready for it. And Venner can't pick up cleanly at mid-on, and they get through for a single. So Apple on to 36 now. And
Really good work again, and you can just see that the momentum has totally shifted in favor of the spare at the wicket, because the energy that the Windward Islands had this morning just seems to not be as evident in this after lunch period.
hit my on strike now. And once again they're going to go for the quick single. And I think what this also brings is, when the fielders don't hit the stumps, there's a chance of overthrows, and you're just giving yourself more runs. And that is what Apple and Hetmeyer are doing well at the moment.
And the irony is that when they just came to the crease, there was an overthrow that went to the boundary, therefore totaling 5 runs. And that came from an unexpected quick single, and then they threw the ball over the keeper's head, and it went for 4. And since then, we have seen the pair get that run in between the wickets as best as they can, pushing those singles, pushing those quick deliveries, and they're trying as best as possible to rotate the strike, keep the scoreboard ticking, doing an excellent job of it thus far. Also scoring the boundaries whenever on hand. Oh, it's a lovely shot there. Again from Apple. Initially, the way he set up himself was as if he might have looked to play a pull shot there. Or even a cut shot, but it was too close to him. And on the last occasion, just opened the face and dabbed it down to the fielder at deep third. A wide deep third as well. Not a traditional straight deep third, but more in a 45-degree angle between a third man and a backward point.
Oh, looking to flick and the keeper can't pick up cleanly. He's going to run into the boundary for 4. And by signaled by umpire Kashif Sandy. So no runs for Hetmeyer on this occasion, but the wicket keeper can't pick up and the Windward Islands continue to leak runs.
There was, I would say, an awkward bounce just before it reached the wicketkeeper's gloves. Did keep a bit extra low, but nonetheless still could have been stopped even if not taken cleanly. So the expression from some of the fielders with their hands on their hips, hands on their heads, not looking as buoyant as they were in this morning period.
On the back foot this time, well defended. So even when the Windward Islands have bowled good deliveries, they've been equal to the task and they've not allowed them through the gates at all. So the end of 42, 129 for 5. This partnership is all the way up to 86 now.
And this is exactly what I think the Cricket West Indies organizers of this tournament would have had in mind in terms of seeing a partnership such as this, 86 for what would be the 7th wicket or 8th wicket in fact. It really shows that these youngsters have the ability, they can bat, they just need the mental strength, the maturity to couple with that, and they can make runs, they can bat long, they can defy oppositions. At one point this morning, being 59 for 4, we thought that they would have been bowled out before 100 and that they would have already been sent back in before the follow on, and now at 129 for 5, the resilience has truly been commendable from this pair and they seem intent on staying there for a while. In fact, I think the next step for these two should be get to their half centuries. As you see,
just out of the reach of the fielder.
Just as we say that, a chance or a half chance of that.
That would be the 3rd or 4th wicket he would have taken for the morning with the commentator's Kuski Sharp.
Indeed. To give some accreditation to our colleague Vishram as well. He took at least 2 or 3.
Just out of the reach of the fielder at slip.
But again, that's what you need sometimes, a bowling change. Desron Mitchell now bowling right arm.
Seems to be leg spin.
Yeah, wrist spin. But he's coming around the wicket.
Oh, it's driven hard and that's going to be 4. That was... That was driven hard. That was a powerful shot and that looked just like Shafeen Rutherford. That was a Shafeen Rutherford.
Look at that. A replica of Shafeen. And it's one of those situations where once you go into that arc, he's going to hit it inside out. The ability with his wrist and his bat speed. Oh, and tries to pull out the sweep shot there, but misses out. Again, that seems a bit similar to Shafeen in the recent West Indies series. He favors that inside out shot quite a lot. And we're seeing some nice variations here from Mitchell. He's shaping out as a wrist spinner.
Well, he's going for it again, the straight to the man. And I think that they're seeing a very positive matchup here because Mitchell doesn't seem to be the most experienced bowler out of the lot that they have. And they're getting some bad deliveries. They got to look to put it away. They've already gotten 6 of the over. They got 9 in his first over. So you can't blame Theo Edward, the skipper. He's looking for a change. He's looking at every direction to try to get a wicket now.
And I think at this point in time, as the over comes to an end, 135 for 5, he can try different options. He can try one of his, I would say, part-time bowlers, one of those bowlers who may not be in the usual first 5 but still have the ability to bowl, because sometimes those bowlers bring you wickets when you least expect. And we see just out of the corner of the screen there that Apple is down on his knees. I hope that he's alright. Saw him just holding the midsection area when he went down. I wonder if it's some stomach pain or something associated with cramp, but whatever the occasion is, we hope that he's alright. Want to see him continue.
The medic is headed out there now, and both the umpires are converging. So we are going to take a short break here as Apple recovers. We'll be right back after this.
So we're back here at the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Vancouver, and definitely glad to see Shamar Apple back on his feet. We're concerned there for a bit as he went down after the end of the last over. He was just clutching his midsection, unsure if it was some sort of side strain or stomach related issue, but medics went out, the umpires checked, staff, physio, everything, and he seems to be good and willing to continue. Theo Edward has brought himself into the attack to try something different. And in the commentary booth, you also have the esteemed coach, Mr. Anil Lakan. Evening to you, Anil.
Yeah, pleasant good afternoon to you, Kishav. Pleasant good afternoon to all our listeners. One thing I've noticed during this passage of play, Kishav, has been the intensity in which the Guyanese has taken to running between the wickets. It's something that we always discuss at length, but whatever was discussed at the lunch and interval, it's definitely had a very positive impact. And what we are seeing now is that the Windward Islands, they are now looking to come into the pitch, come in closer to the pitch, right, to try and stop that single. And I must admit that you're seeing now that there seems to be little cracks appearing now in this fielding session.
Yeah, well, definitely. And as you say, you're seeing more fielders close in on the square and taking a step instead of being on the edge of the 30-yard circle. They are a few steps off. But take nothing away from Hetmeyer and Apple, who have the ability to hit the ball cleanly as well. So they can easily force those fielders back.
So what it has really brought about more scoring options, because the fielder is now engaging to get as close as possible.
And that's a magnificent shot there from Apple. Just as you mentioned, right on cue. The fielders brought inside in the circle. The only fielders out, well, there are fielders square off the wicket, or deep mid wicket and deep cover, long off, long on. And he went straight behind head of the bowler. It was a short delivery, and he just sorted it behind head of the bowler for 4. Pushes his total onto 47 and the score onto 140 for 5.
Yeah, so this is definitely a huge recovery from both Hetmeyer and Apple indeed. And take nothing away from both these players. They've played really magnificently in the last session of play, coming into this post-lunch tea session here. And you could see now they are putting a lot of pressure back onto the Windward Islands team. A short on this occasion, but he basically flat batted that over the bowler's head. Long on had absolutely no chance of cutting it off, and Apple continues to prosper with another boundary here, Keshav.
Yeah, and the way that he's batted thus far, I mean, you've seen a mixture of running between the wickets, defensive strokes, aggressive strokes, leaving alone when required, and attacking when he desired. So I really like the balance and the mentality of this player at the crease.
Yeah.
Smart cricket all around. Flight to delivery and driven really nicely. Is upset with himself that that ball did not pace the gap.
Well, that ball was hit with tremendous pressure there from Hetmeyer, but some excellent fielding at short extra cover. And that's the kind of feeling that really inspires a team that sometimes could get a bit deflated, during a long passage of play. And, it's something that I'm sure is going to lift the entire team indeed. So the Windward Lions skipper at this stage just trying to bring some sanity to the scoring here, Akisha, by employing 4 fielders inside the circle on the offside.
And he pulled him. He's struck. Mitchell has gotten the all-important breakthrough. And right as you were saying, Anna, I think you brought some luck to the Windward Islands team.
Well, Hetmeyer here guilty of trying to back away to leg stump and access that offside. It was the googly that is spinning back from outside the line of the off stump, but a magical delivery in the context of this contest here. One that the Windward Islands, they really needed a breakthrough. But what a beauty indeed of a delivery to get rid of Hettimaya. At this stage, I mean, nothing seems to be affecting both these players, but a special effort indeed from the bowler here.
Yeah, most definitely. And I was just wondering, in fact, prior to that wicket, I was going to mention the fact that Hetmyer was off strike for a few deliveries, as Apple, in fact, had majority of the strike over the last couple of overs. You just wonder, Anil, whether that might have been playing in the back of his mind in terms of trying to continue to score frequently, and because he got into that nature of scoring almost every delivery, whether it be a single or not. So that shot, he did try to play that cut shot a bit too close. The googly saw some sharp turn and came back. It skidded onto the stumps, in fact, quicker than he expected. But in terms of his approach, a well-played innings to the young man for his 40-yard. And now it brings to the crease Richard Ramdayal, who in fact was the captain of the Guyanese under-15 team in the CWI Rising Stars under-15 tournament earlier this year in Antigua. And he was able to lead them to second place, where they played Barbados in the final round of the tournament in what was, albeit a final, as in both teams were on similar amount of points and so on. Barbados ended up taking the victory in the end, but Ramdayal is by all means a competent batter.
So the skipper immediately going for a second slip, and why not? Again, just expanding on what you just said, Kishav. Adrian Hetmyer just seemed at the last 5 to 10 minutes during this passage of play, just maybe lost momentum a bit here, and the skipper of the Windward Islands team, being very proactive indeed, brought four fielders on the offside inside the circle. So he was basically saying, if you want to score, you've got to go up and over. Maybe, I'm not, just maybe seeing that ring of fielders, that umbrella fielder on the offside, may have contributed to his demise. Trying to back away with the ball spinning sharply back into him. And, bullseye.
Yeah, most definitely. And that concludes the end of the over, 140 for 6.
So another 42 required to save this follower on Kishav. And are we going to see a clatter of wickets here?
So exactly what I was going to ask you. Do you think at this point in time now, I have seen Richard Ramdayal before, and he can very well bat. In fact, he was a top order batsman in the under-15. And now that he's in the under-17, just a bit lower down the order, but take nothing away from his ability. So it's going to be an interesting situation here, because you know that no matter your ability, sometimes the mental pressure, the context, the circumstances can come into play.
And also moving up an age group as well, that level of maturity will be tested by leaps and bounds. So a slip in place immediately.
And you see signals being made from the slip position.
So this one is played off the back foot.
Jordan Charles coming into the attack.
Yeah, leggy. Nicely flighted delivery. All about the off stump there.
Now, how many leg spinners have you seen in this innings, Anil?
Well, I'll tell you, between yesterday and today, I would have seen at least 5 leg spinners in operation. And it's because there is an investment in terms of what CWI wants to develop, wrist spinners on the whole. Trinidad and Tobago, they've got 2 back of the arm leg spinners. Yeah, in Ali Khan and Amrit Pittiman playing against the Bajans.
Left-handed as well.
Left-handed as well. They do have the left-arm orthodox in Darren Danraj as well.
Yeah, son of a former West Indies player, Rajendra Danraj.
Yeah, son making his debut yesterday with Trinidad and Tobago at Presal Recreation Ground. TNT finishing on 252 for 8 declared. And at stumps, the Bajans was 7 for 1, having gotten rid of one of the openers, the left-hander, a bull by Darren Danraj in the very last over of the day's play. So we'll try and get an update on that score as we bring you see it. So this one is short, backing away, and just caressing it out to extra cover. There's no run. So at the end of the over, the score 141 for the loss of 6 wickets here at the National Cricket Centre. The Guyanese are replying to a mammoth total of 281 scored by the Windward Islands. They were at 45 for 5, but they have made a tremendous recovery in this game via Apple and Adrian Hetmeyer. Hetmeyer unfortunately being bowled neck and crop in the last over.
Yeah, just to give you an idea of the scores in the other game that you mentioned, Trinidad and Tobago under 17, they made 252 for 8 declared. Barbados under 17 currently on 148 for 3. Gatson Bowens, wicketkeeper, not out on 52. Kalani Clark, not out on 19. Notably, many of the names from the Barbados under 17 team, members of the under 15 team that won the title in Antigua earlier this year. So it just goes to show you that they are not mixing matters at all. As this one is fended into the offside for a quick single. Smart running again continues between these Guyanese batsmen, but it just goes to show you, Anil, the Barbados under 15, they won the regional tournament. The under 19 won the regional tournament. The under 17, this tournament has just started. And the Barbados under 19 girls also won the girls tournament. So they're doing something right in Barbados.
Well, they must be doing something right because they're not having sporadic success. They're having success amongst all the age groups. So that just tells you that, you know, tremendous work is being done at the grassroots level in Barbados, and the coaches are doing a tremendous work as well.
And they look for the single, think about it, but decide against at the end.
So there's a short extra cover position just on the edge of the square, and he's basically there, Kishal, for that lofted off drive. And it's a Googly again, rocking onto the back foot, trying to turn it on the onside, and just dribbling away back to the bowler. And here's a lovely flowing drive. There's no run. Goes to that short cover position.
And again, that delivery. So Windward's doing well now to just pull back some of the scoring.
142 for the loss of 6 wickets. So Richard Ramdi
not out on 0. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So the Leeward Islands at UE were bowled out for 96, and the Jamaicans replying 38 for 2. So after some intermittent showers at the University, the Marcus Scott 5-11. What impressive figures indeed, you know.
Yeah, so some interesting games going all around the country at this moment as Charles continues, and a quick single taken, pushed it just wide of the field at short cover, so was able to maneuver there for that quick run. And that also brings up his half century. Shamar Apple, well played to you, young man. A brilliant half century in the context of this game, and when he came to the crease, the Guyana under 17 team was certainly in a spot of bother. He has shown tremendous maturity and prowess with his batting capabilities, and a well-deserved half century indeed. I really hope that he continues on and can probably even get a bigger score. There's enough time left in the day for him to get to that century mark, but at this point in time I'm sure he's just going in small steps. But really well done to you, Shamar Apple.
So again we see the batter there. Richard rocking into the back foot there, with the ball spinning back as sharp as it is. Kishav, one would have to take note that it's a high percentage shot in terms of, opening up, the sticks that will come into play.
And that's a good offer. Delivery was there to attempt the sweep shot, but unable to connect.
Yeah, and sometimes we witness, Kishav, where most of these batters, they tend to go too hard towards the delivery, where they could just possibly, inject, a subtle touch, maybe a little lap sweep, or as the case may be, but it's like all guns blazing, they want to muscle the ball away, when sometimes, a subtle touch could get you off strike and bring your other partner back on strike.
And this is swatted away into the offside for 4. A welcome boundary.
So short and wide, and being asking for the treatment there, and Richard accepting that invitation wholeheartedly and get a boundary. So that takes the score onto 147 for the loss of 6 wickets. And I must admit that Shamar Apple has really shown some maturity beyond his age. Batting under tremendous pressure here at the National Cricket Centre with his team of 45 for 5, and now 100 runs later, he's still out in the middle. And it just shows the kind of mental toughness, because he would have gone through some very testing times indeed from the Windward Islands seamers earlier on in his innings. But, he's come through that, with very, very high marks indeed. And now just looking to shepherd his team, possibly for the rest of the day by staying out in the middle and ensuring that the Windward Islands work.
Yeah, agree with that. And the reality is, as we spoke about earlier in his innings, we noted the article from the Guyana Chronicle talking about his upbringing, and mental toughness is one of his strengths, and we have seen it here. That's a beautiful shot straight to the fielder, but still the execution, we know that the sweep shot is not one of the easiest shots to play. And from a coaching perspective, Anil, head in line, still not moving, rolling the wrist at the right time, ensuring that the ball is on the ground rather than going aerially.
What was impressive about that sweep shot was his head was always going towards the pitch of the delivery, and that's what makes it very comfortable indeed for him to have that level of control where he could hit from high to low. And
this one
4 runs indeed.
Yeah, pulled away for 4 on the leg side. That delivery was a bit short, just stood up in the pitch.
And asking for the treatment. And Ramesh continues to prosper here, getting his second boundary of his innings.
Richard, in fact.
Richard, my apology.
Other brother.
So the youngster, the under 15 captain here, making an immediate impact, Richard. So that takes his score on to 8. And the score 100, the 150 comes up for the Guyana team. 152 for 6. We are into over number 49. So still 41.2 overs. And here we see another sweep shot. And it's going close to the boundary. They possibly will get 3. No urgency in the running.
Well, it's just stopped in the grass, and I think the grass might be a bit thick on the edges of the outfield approaching the boundary ropes, because
but a basic coaching will tell you that as batters you continue running until the umpire signals that the ball has gone over the boundary.
Yeah. But I think they saw the ball was within the boundary. I'm not sure if it's just the humidity out there or not. I think they did get 3 in the end.
Yeah, but had they run a bit harder, you never know, they could have got all round 4. So it's Apple on strike.
And that's pulled away into the leg side aerially but safely. There was a fielder close to where the shot was played, but powerfully enough away from him.
Yeah, he was just trying to get that ball more corner than down to long on there. Had he gotten that gap, he would have gotten that boundary. That ball just possibly came on to him a bit quicker, Kishav. So he didn't have that control in terms of hitting it where he wanted to, because there's a big gap between long on and the backward square. So acreage of space, but unfortunately for him, not finding the gap, not getting the kind of connection that he would have wanted, but in the end, it resulted in a single. So that takes the score to 156 to 6. So great fight indeed from Shamar Apple here, leading, well, I wouldn't say a lone hand, but at this stage, but leading the fight for his team here. And we are back live here at the National Cricket Centre. It's the Windward Islands taking on the Guyanese on the 17 team. This one is played with subtle wrist down to long on. So Apple gets another single. It takes the score to 157 for the loss of 6 wickets. And his score moves on to wicket 16. His score moves on to 52.
I think, yes, just moved on to 53, including that last single. And now Ramde Hall on strike, as mentioned before, looks competent enough at the crease. Cody Fontanelle moves into the attack from this end, and this is pulled into the leg side, but again, there is protection down on the boundary. So just a single, but they wouldn't mind that.
So that single takes Richard on to 12. And the score 158 for the loss of 6 wickets. So this pair even new at the crease.
And this is a magnificent stroke. Does it go all the way? Yes, it does. 6 runs. What a shot there from Shamar Apple.
Well, he's seeing it as big as a breadfruit here at the National Cricket Centre. Shamar Apple, you beauty. The slug sweeping operation, it had all the ingredients for that shot. It was full, it was wide outside the line of the off stump, and all Apple had to do was extend those levers high and handsome over deep mid wicket. I mean, what a tremendous strike from Shamar Apple.
Yeah, indeed, and we saw some hints there or reminders of Sherfane Rutherford, his idol in terms of batsman. He really does seem to shape up just like the explosive left-hander. This one is just flicked down to long on for a single. So again, really smart cricket here from Shamar Apple. Scoring the boundaries when on offer, rotating the strike, ensuring that the new batter to the crease, Ramdale, does not have any undue pressure on him, and he's just making the most of those deliveries.
Yeah, but Richard just seems, very comfortable indeed. And this one split out to extra cover. There's no run. So at the end of the over, the score 165. 165 for the loss of 6 wickets. The Guyanese on the 17, replying to a score of 281. 281 scored by the Windward Islands, backed by a magnificent 138 from their skipper yesterday, setting the tone for that mammoth total. But the Guyanese earlier on today, Kishab, they were struggling at 45 for 5, but they have progressed really well during the course of today's play, and really making a fight out of it. They're just, it's 165. just about 17 runs away from saving that follow-on, and I'm sure on the back of their minds and the think tank of this Guyanese team, that will be, first on their agenda to ensure that they do not have to go back and bat a second time.
Tyler Veneer returning to the attack. Bowled a decent spell earlier on. It was very miserly and economical, not really giving much away.
Well, at this stage now, the pitch is not really offering much to the bowlers, but more importantly, this ball is now 50 overs old, so it's more on the softer side.
In the air, he was trying to go through the offside, but took a inside edge of the bat onto the leg side and you get a couple.
So looking to play that straight drive there, but getting the inner half of the bat, it goes between mid-wicket and mid-on, and he is comfortably back for a brace. So 2 to the score, 167 the total goes on to for the loss of 6 wickets. We are into over number 51. Shamar Apple, he moves to 62, and Richard is on 12.
That's a good delivery, and even self, a Yorker length delivery. Shy at the stumps, direct hit would have been very close, but it's really and truly the run between the wickets again. Look at this, very good pick up and throw.
And this is what happens. This kind of aggressive running does mash up the fielding team, Kishav. Now, the fielder at mid-off now is going to ask himself, do I take a few steps more?
Back or forward,
Back or forward.
Second guessing, not sure what to do.
Exactly. So, we've seen Apple just taking the pace of the delivery there. Just basically taking the pace of it. And from the moment it left the bat, he and Richard were off and running. So again, for youngsters who are looking at the stream, it's important. Running between the wickets can definitely bring about a lot of changes from the fielding team. So Ramesh just playing a bit across the line of flight there, hitting the outer half of the bat, and it just goes back to the bowler. It's Tyler Venner from the northern end. And this one is working to acreage of space on the leg side. They turn for 1. They're going to come back for 2. A 3 is on offer. Yes. On. But they settled for 2, Kishav.
Yeah, I think they was just settled for 2.
But as you rightly said earlier on, Kishav, the humidity, I'm sure, will be having an impact on these players and them, especially Shamar Apple, who has been out there for more than 2 hours now. So you could see the physical toll of the game is having an impact out in the middle.
Yep, and right as we are on cue for the drinks break, I think they did not want to take any unnecessary risk. So at the end of 51 overs in this first innings for the Guyana under 17 boys, they are at 170 for a loss of 6, and players are going to have a drinks break, and we'll take a break as well and rejoin you shortly. Well, welcome back here to the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Couva, the home of cricket in Trinidad and Tobago, for this encounter between the Windward Islands under-17 and the Guyana under-17 men's. Just to give you a reminder, as you can see, the Guyana under-17 team, they are 170 for 6 at this stage, trailing by 111 runs. They are just 12 runs short of the follow-on target, which we anticipate they should be able to overcome at this stage. And we look forward to the next hour in the session leading up to the tea interval. Beyond Fanis is going to return into the attack with some right arm pace. And in the commentary booth, Keshav Bahadur Singh alongside me, Anil Lakan.
Yeah, welcome back at the NCC. And Apple immediately getting a lot of batter onto that. Plays it out to backward point, where some good fielding is in effect. There is no run. Apple continues to fight for his team. 63 not out at this stage, and I'm sure it will be a tremendous feat indeed if he's able to go on to get that magical figure of 100. Akishal.
I would really like to see him reach there, in all honesty. No bias to any team, but just in terms of general objective cricket watching. And this is a nice looking stroke. Fielder is positioned there, so just a single, but again took off immediately after he played the shot. It's akin to that familiar Caribbean song that has become popular, Hit and Run, from none other than the Jamaican queen of dancehall, Shensia. But it's good to be seeing that applied here in the cricketing aspect, where they hit the ball and they run instantly.
Are you promoting hit and run, Kishal?
No, not necessarily. In terms of the cricket world, I definitely promote it, because you hit the ball and you run thereafter. They are rotating the strike, getting quick singles here and out.
It has to be a measured approach as well. And here we see it again. Just allowing that ball to come on to him was Ramesh, and played it delicately down to Richard, my apology. Plays it down to third man, and a single in effect. So 172 for 6. And this young man, Richard, doesn't seem to be in no trouble whatsoever. He just stepped out to the middle, and you be best assured that he looks very confident indeed.
Yeah, I can tell you he's a very confident batsman, and no situational analysis based on what I saw in the under-15 tournament. He played some really key knocks there for his team, as this is pulled down to fine leg and will run away to the boundary for 4. As soon as it left the bat, Apple did not even sprint towards the other end, just a casual jog, as he anticipated the ball was going to win the race. There was a fielder at a fine leg position giving chase, but Apple was unfazed at all.
Yeah, delicately played there by Shamar Apple. That ball was angling to the pads, and he just waited at the last moment, swiveled inside his sticks, and played it very fine indeed. That fine leg on the boundary had absolutely no chance of cutting it off, and 4 added to the total, 176 to 6, and how well this young man has batted.
And saw the defense thereafter. From a coaching perspective, Anil, from what you have seen of Apple from the start of his innings to now, anything that you advise he should probably look to improve on or not? Because from my perspective as well, coaching but not as experienced as you, I think he seems to have all aspects of the game covered.
What I love about this young man is his approach, and his approach has been keeping things very simple indeed. Playing the ball on its merit, and when it's there in his arc, he try and execute as best as he can. And to me, that's the hallmark of a very good player. And this one peels off, just as we were praising him there. He was throwing the batter, that wide delivery there, peeling off the edge. The wicketkeeper had absolutely no chance, but it goes down to third man, and a single result. But more importantly, at the end of the over, it takes the score to 176 to 6, and this young man now moves on to 69 not out.
Yep, and at the end of the day, that shot, it what we would expect because he has been middling the ball quite nicely. His stroke play has been very consistent. He flashed at that one, full and wide outside the off stump, but as you would very well know, the saying in cricket, if you're going at the ball, go hard at it. So if even you get an outside edge or not, it's going to be one that will take it safely away from the fielders and still guarantee you some runs. So
well, I'm just asking myself at this juncture, Kishab, is it now that we're seeing mentally and physically this innings is having a really big toll on him, where he's now having, problems, in terms of his concentration?
he has faced 105 deliveries, which is quite some time at the crease, and apart from that, he's just been there for a few hours. In fact, since the first hour of play, he has been there since on around 11 o'clock. So I would say that apart from the lunch interval, at least 2 to 3 hours, and swatted down to long off, and it ricochets off the fielder but does not hit the boundary rope. I think the fielder himself was unsure.
Well, that ball was traveling like a train of bullet there, down to the fielder at long off, and not getting everything behind that delivery there, that shot.
Theo Edward, the captain, bringing himself back into the attack. Flighted delivery, just pushed down the ground for a single. But
Yes.
again, the maturity of Shamar Apple in that he can play aggressive strokes. We can see that from the moment he came to the crease. He advanced down the wicket. He hit the ball straight down behind the head of the bowler for 4. So he signaled his intent quite early. And then after, he's played some much more measured strokes, defensive, working around the ball. This is pulled in the air and it's dropped. My word, I think that was the breakthrough they were looking for. And even self, the attempt at the run out is futile because I think the fielders were so shocked at the drop catch.
Well, look at them now. They on their hunches now. The fielders here, unbelievable. That catch went down there at short fine leg there, and you could see Kishab, the disappointment. Here we're gonna have a look at the replay. Short, swivels inside and finds the fielder at square leg. All he had to do was just grasp it in, but unable.
Yeah, the shot thereafter, and look at this one here. Inside out, Shamar Apple again, echoing Shilfane Rutherford. Almost identical in style. And this one has disappeared into the trees down closer to the Atterbolden side.
Well, normally at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, we look forward to seeing the Apple Estate, but it is the Mango Estate that's
Correct.
located there.
And the ball was struck by none other than Apple himself. So it seems to be a fruitful evening here at the National Cricket Centre.
Well, I'm telling you, the Guyanese now, they're really having a whale of a time munching on all the fruits that are available from the Windward Islands bowlers.
Yeah, indeed. I think they have finally retrieved this ball, but it just goes to show you have to take your chances when they are available. And look at the body language of some of the players around. You see some of them just stooping low, hands on their shoulders.
Yeah, they definitely depleted at this time. Kishab, you've seen that.
And the thing is, conditions-wise, and I know we mentioned the humidity because it was quite hot earlier on, but it really is ideal for cricket. The sun is not out. There's some cloud cover, not fully overcast, but still enough so that they are not burning in the sun. This is pulled away on the leg side in the air. Couple bounces into the boundary rope for another 4. Shamar Apple is going into another gear. That will take him up to 80. And that was a really poor delivery from Theo Edward. There to be hit. But we know sometimes those deliveries are the ones that can get you out because there was a fielder position there.
Yeah, sometimes your eyes could just lit up a bit there, and not getting into proper position could also bring you a downfall. But take nothing from Shamar Apple, swiveling and ensuring that he got that ball backward of square and into the boundary. There is a fielder station in front of square. Had he probably hit it a bit earlier, but perfect execution indeed.
And that's the thing about Apple. He is placing the ball well. Even when he's hitting the ball aerially, he's looking for the gaps. He's identifying where the fielders are placed. And he is maneuvering his shots to suit.
So it's going to be Richard to
Faris continuing. Short delivery and fended from Ramdeol.
yeah, Richard Ramdeol. You know, 15, just a tender age of 15, you know, and really giving the support, you know, to the likes of Shamar Apple there, giving him the confidence, you know, for him to play, you know, expansively at this stage. He has changed gears in the last half an hour, Kishav, as Shamar Apple really pouncing on anything, whether it's full or short. He has really dispatched it with total disdain.
Short and tried to pull it away, but I think it was just a bit too slow.
Yeah, we see the
Played
ball.
the shot before the ball reached.
Yeah, that ball was a slower bumper there, possibly just trying to defeat the batter, maybe by playing a bit early. But missing it completely. And this one.
Looking for the single. I thought they would have probably taken a single there based on what we've seen.
Yeah, just taking the piece there was Richard, you know, stylishly playing it down to mid-on. But the mid-on fielder has moved up a couple of yards inside the circle, hence the reason why they were unable to get that single. And this one is tapped out to cover.
And again, that is some. I'm not too sure if they made a conscious decision, because I am seeing Apple at the non-striker end, just, you know, readjusting his pads, making sure that he's alright. I'm not sure if they decided not to push for the singles in this over, or if there's any other reason. You know that he had some attention previously.
But you could see the aggression in which the fielder, some extra cover and cover was coming in. They were bolted in, trying to get to that ball.
But so fast that they left the ball behind, because the ball went past them.
Yeah, both of them.
Full of length, driven nicely.
Just hitting the toe of the bat and dribbling out to cover. There's no run. The score remains on 189 for the loss of 6 wickets. So Shamar Apple undefeated on 80. But in the meantime, Richard has moved on quietly to 16. And it's a pull shot in effect. It's only going to be one. It's played out to square leg. Yeah, just getting on top of that delivery from high to low and ensuring that he keeps it on the carpet. A single on offer. And at the end of the over, the score has moved up to 190 for the loss of 6 wickets. Just 2 runs away from avoiding the follow-on, Kishav. And what a tremendous effort indeed. Having been in this morning session at 45 for 5, what a tremendous recovery indeed. And what a special innings from Shamar Apple in the context of this game.
Yeah, definitely. I think that would have been the first and most important goal, to get past that follow-on target. So they are almost there. They are almost able to achieve it. And once they reach to that stage, thereafter, the approach will be very interesting to observe. Whether they would want to go after the total, whether they will just continue to bat in the same manner and bat out the rest of the day.
So it's going to be a change of bowling from the northern end. Bartolome is going to be introduced into the attack. Bowling from the northern end. It's going to be bowling to Richard. This one, he's trying to muscle that ball through extra cover, just getting the under edge, and it dribbles out to the short cover fielder. There's no run. So we seek some intent from this young man. He's litting up with that ball short and wide, Kishal.
Yeah, well, he's definitely looking to take advantage of any loose deliveries on offer. Just needs to get it past the inner field. And that's a wide signal by umpire Daniel. Must have been way past the wide line.
Yeah, and we've seen now consistently over a period of time where when a wide is called in a two-day game, Kishab, it really has to be outside of the playing area. So umpire Vicky Daniel. So excellent conditions here for cricket at the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, located in the heart of Central. Just to our left, Kishab, is the industrial estate, the Point Lisa's industrial estate.
And there's an appeal for leg before. And none moved is umpire Daniel. And as you mentioned, the estate, I was just looking behind, as well as the trees, which have suddenly decided to move. Before there was no wind, there was no breeze earlier, and now we are seeing those trees swaying. It could be an indicator of the fact that there are some grey clouds above as well.
Yeah, so the breeze has definitely picked up from an east or westerly direction.
Just fending to the offside. Could have gotten another single there, but decided against. And at this point in time,
but that ball, if you ask me, Kishal, it was traveling a bit too quickly to the fielder at backward point, but there's no run. But again, looking to keep that intent going in terms of that aggression, the running between the wickets, especially when it's difficult to rotate. You know, it becomes even more important to break up the fielders. What a lovely deft touch from Richard there, just allowing it to come to him, and at the last moment playing that back cut down to third man, a single on offer, and it's 192 for 6, which tells me that the Guyanese now have got to the point where the Windward Islands will have to bat again. So they have.
and you really wonder how they are going to approach the rest of this innings. Is it a situation where they bat out the rest of the day, the game ends in a draw, a stalemate? Do they try to go after the target and see if they can reach close to it, or at least, you know, force them to go back into bat? I'm not too sure what will be their end goal, because I know there might be some bonus points in play for certain factors, so it could very well be a situation where the points matter more than the result, as that over comes to an end. 192 for 6. And Glasgow now into the attack, and this is played stylishly down to the fine leg region just for a single, but really attractive stroke there.
Yeah, just waited on it and helped it on its way to fine leg. Just coming back to the bonus points that's affiliated with this tournament, Kishav, you get your first batting point at a score of 250. Okay, so when you get all 10 wickets, you get 3 bowling points. So as it stands, the Guyanese would have had three bowling points as it is, having bowled out the Windward Islands. But here we see a lovely throwing, a straight drive from Shamar Apple, lofted high and handsome over the bowler's head and into the boundary goes. So that is a gorgeous shot indeed, Kishav.
Yeah, definitely. It's a amazing stroke there from Apple. Again, he has favored that area straight down the ground from anything that has been too full. He's taken advantage of it. And again, this is a low full toss.
And drilled towards extra cover, but some splendid feeling indeed. And he does seem to be in some form of discomfort there. Is the feeler. He's gone down. I'm not sure.
I think his shoe is coming. He's taken off his shoe there. Not too sure if he's damaged his foot. I think the bowler's at the top of his mark, ready to go, and no one seems to be checking the fielder to see if he's all right. I'm not sure what's going on out there.
But that ball must have struck his ankle there, Kishav.
And just to confirm, I know you mentioned the point system. So Windward Islands, they declared with 9 wickets down. So I'm wondering if that might have been a strategy to avoid giving the other team the bowling points, unless the bowling points are in effect. And it's from 9 to 10. So they would have attained the bowling points nonetheless.
Yeah, but just to cut you across, Kishav, had the Windward Islands proceeded to a score of 300, they would have gotten that second batting point.
So
no,
I think
so they from 300 to 349 would have given them a second batting point. So they needed to get to 300.
They declared just, let's say, 19 runs shy of that 300 target, 1 wicket in hand. We know the strategy of declaring in terms of sending the team into bat with the last session. They did get a couple early wickets, which worked well in their favor. But given the nature of the game again, you think that they might have probably been able to push for those extra 19 runs to get to that 300 mark. Short and just fend into the offside. They did not get a single initially, but again, the overthrow leads to another single.
Yeah, the fielder from a backward point rifling a return there, but the wicketkeeper unable to gather, and a single resulted. So the Guyanese continued to pile on the runs here. So the Guyanese on the 17th team, they would have gotten 3 bowling points, Kishav, but they long away from getting that first batting point, which starts at 250.
And flicked stylishly again down the leg side. Some work for the fielder to do, and they get 2 quite comfortably in the end. Pushes Ramdayal up to 21, and the score up to 200. So the 200 has come on the board for the Guyana under 17 boys. 206 at the end of 56 overs,
and still 50 runs away from their first batting point, Kishav.
Yep. And I think at this point in time, that would be their next goal. Get to that 250 mark, then they'll just be 31 shy of the target overall.
But if they had to overhaul that score of 281 from the Windward Islands, then they would definitely profit from 8 first innings points.
Yeah. And just to give the viewers a reminder that this CWI Rising Stars Under 17 Championship 2025 runs from August 12th to September 2nd in Trinidad. It features 2 formats, a 2-day championship and a 50-over cup championship across 6 venues.
And also for the bowling team, there's a bonus of 0.2 points for every fast bowling wicket.
So I think that's one of the reasons why we are seeing the fast bowlers being reintroduced, and also spinners just taking a bit of a rest. Cover on Bartholomew to the attack and left alone that first delivery. So this tournament essentially, it serves as a crucial stepping stone in the West Indies player development pathway, exposing young cricketers to both red ball and white ball formats to build all-round skills and to scout future regional under-19 representatives. So as we've seen, there's players from the under-15 level up to the under-17, and players from the under-17 that go to the under-19. And that's driven really nicely through the gap, and I would run all the way into the boundary for 4. Magnificent stroke there again from Shamar Apple. He moves up to 89, just 11 shy of his century. What a magnificent shot from the young man.
What a glorious cover drive indeed. Full and wide and asking to be put away, but it will take someone like Shamar Apple, who has spent the entire day batting, to put that ball away. Glorious cover drive indeed, and this young man continues to prosper here through sheer application and skill, taking his total to 89, 11 away from that magical figure. And here is just drop and run, and a single. So that takes Shamar Apple on to 90. So he's now that single taking him on to 90. And what a wonderful occasion it will be, Kishav, to witness this young man, getting that magical figure of a century here at the National Cricket Centre. Obviously, we've had 1 centurion thus far in the tournament from the Windward Islands, captain, scoring very attractive 138, and now we're seeing Shamar Apple on the verge of getting his first ton.
And playing and just missing. So close to the edge. So close yet so far. Really a good looking delivery there in the corridor of uncertainty, just encouraging Ramdale to come forward. Bartholomew trying to prize a wicket. This pair put him on nice partnership at this stage. Short and cut away, but straight to the fielder.
Yeah, short and wide, really looking to pounce on that delivery there. A true backward point, but unfortunately for Richard, just finding the fielder at backward point and just no run. So the score remains on 205 for 6. So now the count on Kishav starts with the Guyanese team looking towards overhauling that first innings of 281 scored by Windward Islands.
And that's well left. In fact, one of the more impressive strokes that I've seen throughout the day have been some of the leave alones, because how often have we seen that lacking as the over comes to an end? 205 for 6. In terms of this format of cricket, Anil, when you have the longer version of the game where you have to be selective in your stroke play, it's an important asset.
Yeah, and two things to take on board with what you have just mentioned, Kishav. One is that you've got to, as a player, as a batter, you gotta trust your defense first and foremost, and secondly, your ability to judge where your off stump is will enable you to leave deliveries that could be very harmful to you, especially if there is a tendency for you to play the ball, take the bat away from the body, right? That could also put you in trouble as well.
And also from a coaching perspective as well, as Ilan Glasgow continues. I'll get to that after this delivery. It's just fended to the leg side, no run. But from a coaching perspective, I know that you work with players from the grassroots level, the youth level to teenage to full senior players, local, regional, international. At which point in time do you teach batsmen when or how to leave alone? Because we know that, as you said, your defense is your first asset. You have to have a solid defense before you learn aggressive strokes. We know that when you're now teaching kids, you teach them that forward defense, backward defense, those type of shots, and then you go into the other strokes. At which point in time in the career of a young cricketer do you start to indicate to them when they should learn to leave alone deliveries, how to assess deliveries, and that sort of thing?
Well, basically between ages 6 to 15, you really want these youngsters, and then both boys and girls, to enjoy the sport. And beyond 15 is where you start adding these technical aspects to the game. So between ages of 6 to 15, you don't really want to complicate or make it difficult for these youngsters. What you want to do is to create an avenue where they can have fun, right? Most important. And once they are having fun, there are certain fundamentals of the game that they will learn while playing on the field of play. There are certain things that you can't coach. When they get out there, they will find a way. They will find a way to get to do things.
Yep.
Right? And again, if it is that you recognize that a certain player is being dismissed in a certain mode of dismissal, but then okay, yeah, you then proceed to possibly do some video footage or do some history and say, okay, here we believe that you're not picking up the length or the line, as the case may be, and then you start working with that, okay? But until the age of 15, for me personally, I believe it's all about enjoying the sport.
Definitely agree. That's a full toss, swatted away, up and over the offside, and that will run into the boundary ropes for another 4. It really was just served up there, and Ramdale took advantage of that. Really not an easy stroke to play either, because when you look at the height, I think that was certainly over waist height. I could be wrong because I'm not at the side angle as the square leg umpire, but I think they're just having a chat. Umpire Daniel having a word with umpire Sandy. We'll see if any signal is forthcoming, but at this point in time does not seem to be. But that replay alone indicated that the delivery was a bit high,
above waist height,
yeah,
which should have been called a no ball.
Ideally.
But take nothing away from Richard. He's batted splendidly indeed, during his short stay at the crease, lending tremendous support.
And look at that again. Open area on the leg side, gets it past the sole fielder who is at shortman wicket, and they get one and come back for a comfortable 2. So you recall that when Ramdale came to the crease, I noted that it's not all over yet, because we wondered if there was going to be a flurry of wickets at the end. And you've seen that this current partnership of 72 from 79 just goes to show you how dominant this partnership has been. But really
take nothing away. Shamar Apple has really crafted his innings to perfection in terms of how he went about changing his gears from stage to stage to stage, and it's something that a lot of youngsters looking at the stream, listening to the stream, could learn from the manner in which Shamar Apple has gone about his business in this particular innings of 90 not out.
Yeah, it really 91,
has been, my apology.
It has been something to admire for not only youngsters but even seniors, I would say. Can take a page out of his book. The way he's approached this innings has really been a breath of fresh air to see that in this youth format.
Well, it's great to see that CWI has taken the initiative to have both a red ball format and a white ball format as well. So 212 for 6 is the score, the present score. 58 overs has been bowled in the day's play. So that tells me that there's another 32 overs, Kishav, on offer for the day's play. The time is just hovering around 27 minutes past 2, so it's just about 13 minutes to tea time. And based on how much overs was bowled today, I am not too sure.
Well, I know they started with, I think it's 11 overs, just to confirm at the end of play. We'll get confirmation on that shortly.
So then 47 overs would have been bowled today, which tells me that the Windward Islands are behind the over rate, because ideally you're looking to get in between 14 to 15 overs an hour. There's the Googly's being served up there, and this one is just punched down to long off. There's a single on offer. It takes Apple on to 92. It brings Richard back on strike. He's 27. Showing a lot of fight here, this young man, 15 years of age, having captained the Guyana national under 15 team in the just concluded Rising Star under 15 tournament. Nicely flighted delivery there, caressed, but some excellent work there at extra cover. There's no run.
Yeah, so to give you an idea as you're looking at that, just to recap the fall of wickets, Sicharan fell with the score on 18. That was the first wicket. And Lewis scored on 26 for 2. That was in the 9th over. And then when we resumed play this morning, we saw a flurry of 3 wickets in the first hour. Sanka 30 for 3. Ramdayal, the elder brother of Richard, 32 for 4. And then Parameshwar Ram at 43 for 5. It's cut away nicely through the gap. So being 43 for 5, and now the 6th wicket fell at 140. So that partnership was just short of 100 runs. It was on 97 when Hetmeyer departed. 140 for 6, and now 215 for 6. So
this partnership is now worth 75 valuable runs indeed.
Yeah, and the 2 biggest partnerships in this innings have been for the last couple of wickets. So it just goes to show you, once you play sensible cricket, that's all. You just have to take your time.
Well, I think the order of the day would have been from the Guyanese think tank was to bat as long as possible, and partnerships does change the course of any cricket match, no matter what level you're playing at. Once a partnership starts going, then the fielding team, over a period of time, they become deflated. They seem to sometimes run out of ideas, especially when they had the ascendancy early on in the contest. Now the Windward Islands will have to show a lot of grit and determination and dig very deep indeed to try and stop this Guyanese team now from overhauling the first innings. So the score after over number 59, the Guyanese chasing first innings total of 281. They are 215 for 6 with Shamar Apple on 92 and Richard on 28. So it's going to be Shamar Apple it's going to be Richard.
And Glasgow to continue. And as you mentioned, the initiative from CWI, just to share a couple of words from the message released at the start of this tournament from Cricket West Indies Director of Cricket, Mr. Miles Bascombe. He expressed his delight at hosting this tournament another year and said, quote, "The Rising Stars Under-17 Championship is one of the most important stepping stones in our player development pathway. By giving our young cricketers exposure to both the 2-day red ball format and the 50-over white ball format, we are building all-round skills, discipline, and adaptability from an early age. This tournament mirrors the demands of the modern game, ensuring that by the time these players progress to higher levels, they already understand how to adjust their techniques, tactics, and mindset for different conditions and formats. It is an important competition where we get to see future regional under-19 representatives in action and is a fantastic opportunity for them to showcase their abilities, continue to learn the game, and take massive strides toward that next level." End quote. Oh, stylish again from Ramdale up and over the leg side. They get one. They should come back for two, but he is denied by, I would say, the fielder did well. He did, but there was chance for two. I think it's more so the fact that Apple refused. He put his hand out to indicate that he was content with one there.
Yeah, and sometimes you've got to continue to work with your batting partner as well. Yes, two is on offer, but we don't know, Kishav, at this stage, physically, mentally, what's going through the mind of this young man. And if he felt it fit, to stay at the striker's end, then we've got to respect that.
Yeah, definitely. And at the end of the day, he would know to himself how he's feeling better than anyone. It's difficult to make statements.
No, the flip side of that is when there's runs on offer and you don't take it, it normally results in a wicket. So that's the other.
Ironies of life.
Here the ball is a single on offer and he refused that single. So exactly what is going on, I honestly cannot say, but here we see two consecutive deliveries. Singles were turned down, or more runs were turned down.
Again into the vacant leg side. Should get a comfortable two here, and they do. Apple goes up to 94 now.
So just approach 6 away from that magical figure. And how fitting would it be for this young man to raise his bat at that magical figure, having toiled for the entire day thus far, just approaching 3 hours at the crease here at the National Cricket Centre. Shamar Apple continues to show a lot of grit, a lot of determination, and more importantly, he's shown a lot of poise in his execution.
And look at his reaction there. He wanted to hit that one over the indoor nets. I think he wanted to hit that one somewhere close to the residence of our good colleague, Mr. Vishwish. Resides somewhere into that Central Park region. And no, not Central Park in New York, but in Chaguanas. It's 218 for 6 after 60.
So the Guyanese continues to fight here. They've made massive strides in terms of now trying to overhaul the first innings total of 281 set by the Windward Islands, and it's due single-handedly now to the efforts of Shamar Apple, showing a lot of poise, showing a lot of maturity, but more importantly, his execution and his timing of his innings has been of the very highest order.
So as we approach the tea interval, it's just 4 minutes left. Seeing spin into the attack. It could very well be at the end of this over, or could be 2 overs if this over is finished quickly.
Well, it all depends on how quickly Glasgow is able to get through this over. And it's the googly.
Well, it's the leg spinner into the attack.
It's a single on offer.
It's Fontenelle.
So the leggy Fontenelle comes back, comes on from the northern end. And the Windward Islands now, they are desperately in need of a breakthrough.
Well, one would have thought after, and this is a lovely shot again, as straight as could have liked, probably a bit straighter would have gone for 4, but still, given the angle of the shot, really well played. So when they got that wicket of Hetmeyer, Anil,
I honestly thought that the floodgates were going to be open.
That would have been the reasonable assumption, but again, haven't seen Ramdale before, and this is another quick single well taken. Haven't seen him play at the under 15 level in Antigua, and this is a testament to exactly what Director of Cricket Miles Bascombe was indicating. You identify players at the younger level who have the ability to go up, and this is up in the air. Now lands, will it go to the boundary? And it does. So that's another 4 to Shamar Apple. Just waiting to see if it probably would have gone all the way for 6, but bounced inside the rope and went for 4. That will take him up to 99.
So just one run away from that magical figure. So this young man just on the verge of that magical figure.
Short play down the ground, and he does not get it on this occasion. You know that he loses single when he needed the most.
Well, I'm sure his heart would be pounding here, you know. A lot of emotions here.
And plays and misses at this one. Appeal, umpire Daniel unmoved. Will they get another over, Ian? I believe they will. 225 for 6. It is 239 by our count. However, umpires using their discretion. There was a stoppage of around 5 minutes where one of the players was not feeling well. That was Apple himself. And we know that the drinks break was in fact taken 5 minutes after it was scheduled. So it could be that we may have 5 minutes again till tea. But what we'll all be waiting to see is Shamar Apple getting to that century. 1 run away. And I'm sure I can tell you we have some nerves up here in the commentary booth. Imagine how he's feeling out there.
Yeah, because I'm nervous for him as well.
That's what I'm saying.
So it's going to be Richard.
Just want to see the young man do well.
Yeah, and it's great to see that, you know, the guys of Shamar Apple really displaying their full repertoire of shot selection, but more importantly, the manner in which he has approached his innings has been very mature indeed.
Punch uppishly, and it's taken. What a soft dismissal. Very anticlimactic at that. Richard Ramdayal just on the back foot, and he punched that one uppishly. Caught on bowl, taken by Desron Mitchell, and the 7th wicket falls. Look at this.
Yeah, I felt that he was a bit casual there. It's like, okay, yeah, you know, on the back foot, trying to punch the ball through extra cover region. Probably just his weight just going a bit too much on the back foot and not recovering the ball properly. But at the end of the day, wicket number 7 goes down for the Guyanese, you know. And as we had said earlier, you know, Windward Islands really needed a breakthrough here, Kishav. But at this stage, it's tea time here at the National Cricket Centre. 225 for 7. We're going to have a break, and as soon as the action resumes, we're going to be right back to bring you ball by ball commentary from the National Cricket Centre.
So welcome back here to the National Cricket Centre in Vancouver. This encounter between the Windward Islands under 17 and the Guyana under 17 boys regional under 17 tournament. This is the first of 3 two-day matches. The Guyana under 17 boys trail by 56 runs, 225 for 7 at this stage. Past the follow-on target, so they would consider themselves doing well. The last wicket to fall, that of Richard Ramdale for 31. Very soft dismissal indeed. Shamar Apple unbeaten on 99 at the non-strikers end. And the new batter at the crease just awaiting confirmation from the scorers as Desron Mitchell continues.
Starts out with a very, very slow wide delivery, just getting himself warm. But at 225 for 7, you look back after that first session, after the scores of 43 for 5, you would have never. That's a good appeal, and that's gone.
That looks good.
Yeah, that was definitely going to be out. It was all the way across the line, and the new batsman has to go before his name even reached the scoreboard.
So, just wonder, when the previous wicket fell that of Hetmeyer before Ramdale, we wonder if there was going to be a flurry of wickets. Unfortunately for the Windward Islands, Ramdale came and he put on a partnership close to 100, similar to the partnership with Hetmeyer. Look at this. Flight hit, and that's plumb.
Yeah, I don't think you could get more
That's
out than that. That hit the middle of middle.
That's plumb as a governor plum tree in plum season.
So, unfortunately, the new batsman has to go, and Hetmeyer is now under a bit of pressure. If another wicket is to fall here, who knows what could happen.
Yeah, so Apple left stranded at the non-strikers, and now he's walking to meet the incoming batter, because I think he has some choice words to share after that shot that he saw the previous batter play. Dismissed without scoring, trying to sweep the first delivery that he faced. Think it might be wise to just face a couple before doing that. It's not as if you have a limited amount of overs to reach that target. I mean, yes, we do have 90 overs in the day, but there's no scoreboard pressure right now.
Yeah, not at all. 225 for 8 now. It's still a comeback. It's still a big recovery. But now you look at what is to come in the evening session. They can't follow on, so it's going to be the Windward Islands next in to bat. 250 runs is the first batting point. So is there really anything to gain from this game other than maybe some form?
Yeah, or even first innings. I'm wondering if at least, whether there are any points or not, at least it will be a mental achievement for them to get over that first innings total.
Yeah, I think that would be
The main
goal for Guyana. But if they don't, or even if they do, there's nothing really left in this game other than first innings. So if Guyana had to get bowled out quickly here, then I'm not quite sure, how they're going to approach it. If it's going to be a Jadeja Stokes situation, if there's going to be any handshakes. So we'll have to wait and see. But Dave Mohabir is the man to go, and it looks like Amsterdam is the new batsman, Michael Amsterdam. In fact, it's Yakub. And he's almost been bowled. Well, where did that one pass? Shamar Apple is he gonna be left stranded? They get through for a run. Let's have a look at it again. Just passed in near the stumps, and they get a single and run signal. So Apple on strike.
This is the moment that we have been waiting for. 99, one shy of that century.
And he's left it. So one delivery to go in the over.
That's toying with our emotions.
And they're stuck it into the onside. Straight to the man. A chance for a run out. He does not throw. And that is 100 for Shamar Yearwood. The young Shamar Apple, sorry. The young Guyanese batsman. What a knock it has been. He's come out here with his team in a lot of trouble. And he has toiled away all day. And he has scored a fantastic century here of 133 deliveries.
Take a bow, young man. Shamar Apple. What an excellent innings he has played from the start And I would say until he finishes, because he doesn't look as if he's in the mood to be dismissed anytime soon. Really well played from the young man. From the get-go, he showed he had a balance of aggressive intent, stroke play, rotating the strike, quick singles, also knowing when to leave alone deliveries and when to play. And the maturity has really been something to take note of for all of the players observing, young and old alike. Shamar Apple, definitely one for the future. Congratulations again to you, young man, as you look forward to the rest of your cricketing career. Now he has to do the job and carry his team over the hurdle of that first innings total as well.
So 227 for 8 now. And Yearwood is going to take up the strike as Fontenelle is going to return. And you got the sense that this was going to happen. That's 6 off the back foot. And Shamar Apple has just punched this one over long off for 6. Just like his idol, Shafin Rutherford.
Look at that. It's as if we were watching the West Indies versus Pakistan series. It's really uncanny how similar his style is to that of Shafin Rutherford. Meanwhile, Yaqub at the other end is just admiring the stroke play of Apple. And again, sending it down to the trees on the far end of the National Cricket Centre. Players searching, but he's going to launch now.
Yeah, you always got the sense that once he got to 100, it was time to go. He was going to try and just get to those 48 runs that's left as quickly as possible. And it just took him one ball after getting to 100 to get back on his back foot and punch one for 6. So he is definitely going to be looking to get this done quickly. And I think it's just about, he's batting with number 10 and possibly number 11, who's next. How is he going to approach that? He's got to probably deny some singles. And
I would take majority of the strike.
Yep.
And try to get the single on the last or second to last delivery of the overs as much as possible.
So it seems like there's going to be a change of ball. So we will be right back as soon as action resumes.
Here again, this will land safely and they will get 2. So Shamar Apple certainly looking to launch into that final gear, I would say, because we have seen him shift gears during the entire tenure of his innings thus far. But now he is looking like he's going to attack almost every delivery. And as I say that, he plays defensively. Well done to you. That was intentional. Do the opposite of whatever the commentators say. We don't know anything. That's why we're in the booth. But by all means, it's really been impressive from Shamar Apple.
Let's see what he does now. He's going and he's going straight. The middle fielder, long off fielder was completely asleep.
I am not too sure. He's indicating his hands outstretched that the delivery, I'm not too sure what he is indicating, if it was lost in the air or not. It seemed to just bounce right in front of him. Look at the expression of the captain, Edward, as well as the wicketkeeper, the bowler, everyone in fact. They thought that he would have been caught. The ball was in the air for quite some time. He did have opportunity to get under it. For some reason, decided to take it on the bounce rather than take it in his hands.
Well, I think he took off late. I was looking at it when the ball went up in the air and he didn't have a clue where it was. And then when he got on to what was going on, it was a little bit too late.
It's the expression for me, the hands outstretched as if telling the skipper, what else was I supposed to do?
Catch the ball, bro.
So I'm not sure if something affected him. Again, We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. There are some clouds overhead, a bit dark in color. Maybe the ball might have been lost in one of those, and this is flicked really stylishly.
Well, that's 4. Just like that, the number 10 has come out, and where we thought that Apple was going to have to protect him, he's getting bad balls and putting them away for 4.
Gibran Yaqub certainly showing that he has capability with the bat in hand.
So at the moment, it's going all Guyana's way since Shamar Apple came out to bat. And I think he's going to continue going. There is no need for him to stop. $240 for 8. He's going big, and that is a huge hit.
My word. That almost hit the airplane flying above. That was a massive strike there from Shamar Apple.
I'm almost in disbelief. It's been a long time since I've seen a 15-year-old, I think he's 15 at the moment, come out to bat in the National Cricket Centre and hit balls that far.
That is really an astonishing 6. Just to give the viewers an idea, the National Cricket Centre is not the smallest of outfields, so it is indeed a sizable boundary, and this cleared the boundary with quite some distance, straight back, and almost reached into the media centre. So really well played there from Apple. I like the fact that he waited on it as well, because the delivery was flighted, was looped, trying to tempt him to hit the ball uppishly, and so he did. But they weren't ready for the sheer brute force that he applied in that shot.
Wake up, wake up!
So they've gotten back the ball now. And, Shamar Apple is on to 115. 12 fours and 3 sixes. It's been an innings of pure class. It's been an innings of brain, an innings of power. He's shown everything that you want to see in a young batsman. It's a short and wide. Hit into the offside. He's going to look for 2, is he? I think he has to, and yeah, he is going to go back now. Brilliant batting from Apple. 248 now, so that required 282. Is getting closer and closer, just 33 runs away now, and Apple would want to take his team over the line here. 4 first innings points. It's a full toss. It's hit away into the onside through the gap.
Oh,
that's a brilliant stop.
Yeah.
It's actually very well done, and they have to end up running a single. Let's have a look at this again. It was a full toss, and he thought he hit it well enough to beat the fielder, but the man down the deep mid wicket got across very quickly, and picking up with just one hand, he was able to cut it off. So they got 2, so he is now interface the final delivery. He's going to look for a single, and it should be easy with long on and long off back. He's hit this one over cover, and that's going to run into the boundary. 1 bounce for 4. This is some serious hit from the young man.
T20 style now. And this is exactly, again, just echoing the sentiments of the CWI directors who arranged this tournament. This is what they want to see. Players being able to adapt to all formats, show their maturity, show their ability to take from the under 15 up to the under 17 level, take from this under 17 up to the under 19 level, take aspects from the limited overs game and apply it to this longer format, and vice versa. And Shamar Apple has truly been a testament to that.
You know, there's a lot of things to be impressed with here with this young man, but what impresses me the most is his ability to analyze a situation and play different situations. I take it back to when he just came to the crease and he looked to put the bowlers under pressure. Then Hetmeyer got going a bit. He slowed down and provided that anchor role. Hetmeyer got out. He started to open up a bit. And now he knows he's batting with number 10 and number 11. He is looking to hit the ball to all parts because he's set. And there's no real need for him to block any more balls. He's looking to get to that first innings lead. So he's been able to switch his rule almost instantly. That's what's been very impressive.
Yeah, and just 27 needed to pass that follow-on, that first innings, sorry. And I think that's exactly what they'll be looking for right now. 27 required, and the way that Apple is batting at the moment, he would be looking to get that within the next couple of overs. Probably see if they can even get them up to that 300 mark, 254.
Yeah, but I think Guyana are just going to look to build batting points from here on out. Good delivery. So it's just about survival for Yaqub at the moment. He faced 2 balls in this over. There's a point in time now after this delivery, full toss down the leg side. There's a point in time now where if you face 2 or 3 dot balls in an over, you probably just have to bat out the over. It doesn't make sense to give Apple 1 ball to try to get a single. I think it's just about after a certain time you have to realize that, okay, you've already faced enough balls in this over. You can't get off strike now. Just look to survive.
Exactly
And
that.
I think we're at that point right now. If he gets a single now, it just leaves 2 balls for Apple, and you want Apple on strike for the next over, so he's going to have to get a single.
I think could have possibly looked at this. Play with the same sort of hands, but angle it either left or right, so that could have probably called for a quick single there, but still some deliveries. And that's an appeal for leg before, however the ball is running down to the boundary ropes, that fine leg, and will be retrieved. Just a couple added to the total.
So, 1 delivery to go in the over. Umpire Sandy has called it early, but have to wait and see what happens on this last delivery. But it really is nice to see how well Apple has played, considering what we spoke of earlier about his background and the things that he's gone through at such a young age. And to see him out there with that big smile on his face, getting to 100 for his country in the first game of the season, starting them off well, especially in the position they were at. It shows that he's a fighter, not only in cricket but throughout his life. He's been a fighter, and it comes like second nature to him. At the end of the 65th over, it's 256 for 8.
Yeah, definitely right on cue with that analysis. It just goes to show you that sometimes the circumstances around your cricketing career can either fuel you to do better, or sometimes it can impact you in a manner that you would not desire. However, take nothing away from the fact that this young man has been an inspiration thus far in this innings for his team, in the way that he's approached it, and I'm sure others will feel the same way. We see the skipper just signaling off the field that maybe there might be some spin thereafter, as he called for the helmet to come on, while at this point in time there's going to be another over of pace to continue. So really and truly they're just going through the motions at this stage, in terms of we have not really seen an intentional game plan to get those remaining 2 wickets. They're just
He's trying to bowl, and he's going to keep going straight to the man, and he's gone.
Well, that was the plan. Just let the commentators talk about not getting wickets and they will fall.
What an innings this has been from this young man. And you can see the Windward Islands players are running towards him to to congratulate him on what has been a brilliant, brilliant innings. He's probably, Theo Edwards scored 138 in the first innings, but I think this innings has so much character. He goes for 123, and the ninth wicket goes for Guyana. 256 for 9. They still trail by 25, and it's going to be an interesting race to first innings points here.
Yeah, and I really love the show of camaraderie and friendly nature of this game, the gentleman nature being exemplified out there, where all of the players are going to greet Shamar Apple and extend their congratulations and commendations on such an excellent performance as he's coming out. And you can't hear it through the commentary mic, but the resounding cheers and applause from downstairs certainly just a small token of appreciation for this young man. Really amazing innings. Well done to you, Shamar. And again, we look forward to you again in the future to continue with such excellence.
So it's all about first innings points now. 25 runs, 1 wicket, and everything to play for. After that, it becomes a bit of a dead rubber game. But 25 runs and 1 wicket. The new batsman's Micah Amsterdam. And it's going to be interesting. I think they just have to spend time. That's the only way that they'll get there.
So the new batter to the crease, Micah Amsterdam. 5-wicket haul in the first innings. He would have been the premier bowler. Ooh, and that is a very good delivery, tailing into the pads. Just seemed to get some bat on it. Not seeing any indication of a leg by. Signal by umpire Sandy, so he's off the mark. And now the ultimate question is, will they be able to get over that first innings mark? 24 runs, they still trail by. 1 more wicket left in the hut. Yaqub has shown that he has some stylish strokes in his arsenal and artillery.
Just an update over in Pre-Sal, Trinidad and Tobago. Batting first, 252 for 8 declared, and at the moment it's getting close over there as well. 229 for 7. Riyad Ali Khan coming in and picking up a couple of wickets just to bring Trinidad and Tobago right back into it. So exciting stuff on all fronts. Good delivery from Fanis. 24 runs to get to the first innings, to match the first innings points. I think it's anybody's game at the moment. It's anybody's points for grabs. The Guyanese have shown that they have the ability to spend a lot of time at the crease and score runs. Here is Fanis. An appeal, it was way too high. So 257. Yaqub, can he be the man to take them over the line? And over in UE, a very low scoring one. So here is Fanis again. Cut away. Straight to the man. So at the moment it's gonna be tough, but there's 25 runs to get over the line. Over in UE, Leeward Islands batted first, 96 all out. And to everyone's surprise, they won first innings points because they bowled out Jamaica for 75. And in reply, they're batting again at 32 for 1. So it shows that if you're a coach, you tell your boys to never give up. If you get bowled out for 96, you can almost count first innings points gone. But they found a way to defend it and get those points. So they currently are batting 32 for 1 after 8 in their second innings. And it's just day 1 in that game. Oh. A slip, a third man, a point, a cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a fine leg for Tyler Venner. Right on spot onto the top of that off stump. I think they've got to rotate the strike. They've got to find a way to get singles, drop the ball and run, just to cut that target down. You don't want to bat 4 overs and, at the moment there's 24 and 25 runs to get past. You don't want to bat until the 70th over and it's still around that. You want to get it down with some singles. He's driving powerfully through the gap. That's a good looking shot. It's going to race very close and into the boundary for 4. Well, the fielder down at cover, it's actually not going for 4. He stopped because... Well, the umpire is signaling for now. But he stopped because there's 2 of those birds down at the cover boundary and he got scared.
You see, this wonder what was
Let's
probably
have a
going
look
through
at
his
that
mind
again.
there.
You could look at it, just about there, he stopped. And he said he's not going to go near those birds. So we've seen some funny moments today, and I think that might be the top of the list. Another boundary, 261 for 9. They trail by 20. Now in a situation where first innings points is available, what happens if both teams end up on 281? It's in the air, just wide of the field, and they'll get through for a single. I'm not quite sure. I've never really seen it happen where, there's scores are tied after the first innings, and do they split first innings points, or is there?
That's a very good question.
I'll have to pose that question to Mr. Daniel Lacan. He knows everything. Everything. Here's Venner again. Oh, it's a flick off the hips for 1. They'll go back for the second, will they? They are going to go null, so... So they pick up another 2 runs. 264 now for 9. And they're inching closer and closer, 18 runs away from getting the points.
So just to answer your question,
It's
Liam,
in the air! This could be it! 2 fielders converging and he takes the catch. So it won't matter in the end, and the champion, Tyler Venner, he's doing the Dwayne Bravo dance in his home country. They have picked up the final wicket, and the Windward Islands, they get first innings points in this game. A full toss, and it really should not have been the kind of ball you get out to.
well, I think a lot of mental pressure, in the context of the game there, Liam. He went for glory, unfortunately getting the top edge, and it just ballooned out to a short mid wicket. But take nothing away from this Guyanese team. They made a fight over this game. 43 for 5. This morning, and getting to the score of 264. That in itself speaks volumes.
Yeah,
For that kind of mental approach to the whole game.
and there was a point in time at 43 for 5 when we were thinking there's no chance that there's even first innings points for Guyana. Like there's no way that they'll get even close to it. And
Well,
the fact that they've just missed out by 17 runs, it's been an excellent effort from Shamar Apple and even Hetmeyer. They came in and they were absolutely brilliant. It all started with that innings.
Yeah, and both of us were in conversation, Liam, about what the follow-on target was, at that stage, because we felt that okay, the floodgates had been open, and they're just gonna, lie down and die. But this guy and his team has shown a lot of fight, in terms of how they approach both Shamar and Hetmeyer. They put together an innings and a partnership that really brought this game back to life. And unfortunately, with 17 runs to get to first innings, they were unable to cross the line. But we've seen on both sides where the batters have done tremendously well. The skipper for the Windward Islands going at 138, Shamar Apple 123, and I must admit that having looked at youth cricket over the years, Liam, the 123 that I witnessed today is one of the best innings I've seen at this under 17 level.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's been a long time since we've seen an innings of that magnitude at the under 17 level. So it's 264 all out. We'll be back in just a bit for Guyana's reply. Windward.
I don't know when it is, to be honest. I'm going to say end of the month or early September. Something around there, but which I can't see. Just type in binary USA and see what come up. But yeah, for sure. I really good at that. You know, not cheap. Initially, he had to be Texas, and then I see New York here, so I really good at it.
So we're back here, and a couple of delays with a bit of rain during the break. So we are not quite sure just yet how many overs are left in the day's play. But before the rain break, it was supposed to be 32. We'll have to wait and see. But the Windward Islands are now out in the middle. The skipper Theo Edward, fresh off 138. He is going to be looking to get himself a score. And we just wait to see the openers, the opening bowlers, as well as the man on the non-strikers end with 264 Guyana. So the Windward Islands entering this innings with a lead of 18. In fact, 17. And the Guyanese would be looking to get 5 wickets. I think that's the most important thing in this, going into this final session. 250 is going to be hard to get on the final day of on the final session of the day. So the Guyanese will be looking for 5 wickets. Here we go. First ball wide and left alone. One slip and a gully in place. And the opening bowler is Micah Amsterdam. The opening batsmen Theo Edward and Zach Thomas. And with me is Mr. Anil Lakan, and Anil, 32 overs or so left in the day. 5 wickets is definitely the only thing that seems to be possible at the moment.
Yeah, I'm sure the Windward Islands will possibly look to score maybe 3 or 4 runs and over to get at least another 100, 100 without loss, as the case may be. At this stage, it's more application than anything else. Their first batting point starts at 250, Liam. I mean, it's highly unlikely we're going to get to that score anytime during the course of this afternoon. So it's more about application, showing that poise, that resolve to battle the rest of the evening.
Yeah, that's the aim for them. But Guyana, on the other hand, will be on the attack, especially after they lost out on first innings points by just 17 runs. They would be looking to pick up some sort of points. Oh, and there's a mix-up at the middle, and the throw is at the wrong end from Agent Hetmeyer down at cover.
And had that throw gone to the other end, one of those guys would have, Hetmeyer would have been very short of his ground. But a little bit of indecision there from the batters. But a proper throw would have resulted in a wicket. So this pair living dangerously.
Yeah, already just into the third delivery of the innings. So Thomas is going to now face up for the first time. Short ball, and that's a good ball. Good pace on that. Zach Thomas had to drop his shoulder, and he was hit. And you can see Shamar Apple, the wicketkeeper, right up in his air. And look at the Guyanese at the moment. Everybody is circling the batsman.
Yeah, so a lot of chirping in and around the pitch there, letting him know that it's going to be a tough innings, a tough evening to stay out here. Guyana looking towards capturing 5 wickets so that they could get that bonus bowling point.
This has been a good start from Amsterdam.
Lovely action. Does hit the pitch very hard indeed. Back of a length bowler, hard lengths, is how he's going to operate. But I'd love to see Liam, even though he loves hitting the deck, once, maybe a delivery or two, just try and pitch it up and see if it is that, he could get these batters out LBW. Try and push them back as much as possible and then slipping that ball right up into the block hole, maybe getting the batters to play across their front pad, which will either bring about an LBW or a bold decision. So still a lot to remain in terms of overs. 31 overs still to go in the day's play. So we just around 12 minutes past 4 here in Trinidad and Tobago. The cutoff time, Liam, I'm not too sure, but I think the cutoff time is 5:30. I'm not too sure if we're gonna have overtime.
Well, I think it might be 6. One slide permits. But you look at the situation of the game. I think after a certain amount of time, if Guyana don't pick up a few wickets early, it looks sort of a dead rubber finish, and there is always the possibility of both teams deciding to call it a day.
But when you look at the flip side of that, this game being the first round of matches, the coaches will also be adamant that they want to get as much cricket as possible for their charges.
So a good start here from Parameshwaram.
Unless we're gonna witness a MOU between both teams, and the handshake will definitely take place, and that will be that.
We'll have to wait and see. At the moment, Guyana are on the charge and they are looking for wickets. Good delivery. It's kept very low. And Theo Edward. How was he kept that out?
Well, he was On his haunches there.
Let's have a look at it again. He was on the ground. Look at him there. It's what you're gonna get on the two of a 2-day fixture.
Yeah, so at this stage of the game, Liam, this is the sixth session in play at the moment here, and it's obvious that the pitch is going to play a couple of tricks here, possibly one taking off from a good length, and as we witnessed in that previous delivery, that one staying down very low indeed.
Oh, that one getting some lift. And Theo Edward was very much ready to play that one down to.
And it does bring into the conversation, Liam, where these bowlers, especially the faster bowlers, with the pitch doing a bit in terms of uneven bounce, they might just be well advised to bowl a stump to stump, and in the event there is a deviation, they miss you hit.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's what the coaches would probably be echoing to them. Just bowl straight, hit the stumps, hit the pad.
Yeah, attack the stumps as much as possible.
And you don't want to be too full either. You want to be just back of a length out at the stumps in case one Sam is down the leg side. A good take from wicketkeeper Apple. And it's good to see Apple still so vibrant out there after batting that long. And
yeah, almost 3.5 hours, his batting efforts were. But I'd love to see that mid-on be removed and go into possibly a leg slip position, or bring that fine leg, Liam, into a leg slip position. At this stage, it's not about the runs, it's about trying to create opportunities for wickets.
Short ball, short and wide on appeal!
And a loud appeal here, but Vicky Daniel is having none of it.
And they walk back to the mark like they know that he didn't hit that ball. But it was short and wide and he flashed at it. And there is no wicket.
But you do know, Liam, from time to time, these teams are so well trained now that they could create an illusion, the illusion that, a nick from the bat. But quickly they disperse themselves back into their fielding position. But you want to see that kind of aggression as well from the players.
Another short ball, short and wide, another hands in the air, but there is no real appeal this time. So Zach Thomas, I mean, when you're playing in an innings where you're trying to deny the team a bowling point, you can't be flashing at those deliveries outside the outside.
Not at this stage of the innings anyway. Now it's all about, trying to preserve your wicket, trying to, ensure that the opposition doesn't make any inroads into the batting lineup. So one might just be advised, to allow those deliveries around that the 4th, 5th stump line to go into the mitt of the wicket keeper.
So it's going to be Michael Amsterdam to continue to Theo Edward. Just a reminder of that first innings from Edward. He was brilliant, scoring 138. In fact, 139.
So there is a short leg in place, and immediately he comes into play. Theo Edwards just riding that lifting delivery and tapping it out to a forward short leg.
Just an update over in Presal. Barbados beating Trinidad and Tobago first innings points. They ended up 257 for 9 declared, and Trinidad and Tobago in reply are 18 without a loss after 3. And over in UE, a game that almost looked poised to finish today. And Leeward Islands batting first. They got 96 all out in their 27 overs. In reply, Jamaica, they was bowled out for 75. And the Leeward Islands in reply at 90 for 1 after 23 overs.
So that game is heading for a result at this stage. But I am still trying to come to terms with what would have contributed, Liam, to the low scores at the Sir Frank Worrell facility.
We'll have to have a conversation with the guys over there and find out what this time is pulled away from Theo Edward. It's a bit of a short-hand jab, and they pick up a couple.
Actually, they were able to run 3, and there's a loud appeal for run out. But umpire Vicky Daniel in the thick of things again, not raising that dreaded finger.
Well, the short ball plan seems to be what Guyana spoke about during the break. The fast bowlers have come out and they've gone short. You and I would have had a conversation during the break, and we both agreed that maybe would have been a good option to start with a spinner. And we've seen Guyana do that throughout all age group cricket, throughout senior cricket, the CPL. No matter what, Guyana always tend to use the spinners quite a lot.
Well, the reality is, if the bowlers are going to be angling the ball into the body of the batters, Liam, it might just be advisable to have that leg slip in position.
Oh, good delivery, getting some lift, and there is no run. Zach Thomas. In fact, they get a single, so Thomas will move on to 1. He's off the mark. Theo Edward on the other end is on 7.
So Theo Edwards, just trying to continue from where he left off yesterday. Batting with that level of assurance and compact. Showing a lot of compact.
Short stuff again. Good delivery. Theo Edward was in no way gonna ever play as that delivery.
Liam, just looking at what is transpiring out in the middle, you being a fast bowler yourself, would you be tempted to go
there's
around
an
the
appeal for run out here. Let's have a look. It's not going to be out, what? Shamar Apple, that's a bit of gamesmanship, the wicket keeper.
Shamar Apple scoring a splendid 123 out of the total of 264 scored by Guyana. The young man really showing a lot of grit and determination.
Good delivery outside edge, and it's going to run just short of the field at slip, and it goes down to third man for 4. And Theo Edward was signalling 4 like he was the umpire there.
Yeah, he was also showing a few compliments as well. Get your ball and come back and bowl.
This is what you want to see, though. You want to see the youngsters going at each other,
but in a friendly banter. Not in a manner of being, disrespectful in any form or fashion. But yeah, at this age group, you're gonna meet guys who are very feisty indeed, and nothing is wrong with that once it's contained in a manner that's not offensive to anyone.
Yes, it seemed to be pretty friendly, just a bit of banter, and it's gonna be, looks like Ram to continue. The scorers have just seemed to fall asleep at the moment. 7 without loss. It should be 12. There's Ram again. Short ball again down the leg side, not getting up, and you've got to expect that with some of these deliveries on this wicket. They're not going to get up too much, and especially as that new ball starts to get softer.
But Liam, I would still love to see these fast bowlers go round the wicket and try and get that ball above that armpit, know. Because at the moment, it's not really getting to that height where it becomes, a bit challenging. It has to be above chest height to make it uncomfortable for these batters.
He's driving straight to the man at cover, and they get through for 1. Good running from Edward and Thomas. And Theo Edward ending up very far back down at the striker's end now.
Yeah, he was motoring between the sticks there. But it's great to see that the Guyanese hasn't, threw in the towel, as we would say, Liam. They're still running in hard. They're still trying to make something happen. And another short pitch delivery there. Theo just get into line and taps it out to where short mid-on is stationed. There's no run. So the score remain on 12 without loss. But at this stage, Liam, would you be tempted to bring on a spinner?
I think I'd give the fast bowlers probably one more each, and then maybe go a fast bowler from one end and a spinner from the other. I think you're looking to make something happen. You can't wait for something to happen. You've got to try to create it, and that one had some pace on it. Edward had a bit of a flash but missed out.
Yeah, and Edwards is not going to back down, Liam. Having scored that splendid 100 in the first innings, I'm sure he's brimming with confidence, batting in the second innings. And also would be looking to add to that runs total, because it will all be tallied at the end of the tournament.
So 3 centuries after the first game so far in this competition. One going to Theo Edward. Oh, that's a beauty. That's a beauty. And it's a no ball. Oh, my. Well. Let's have a replay of that. It's a no ball. And all the Guyanese fielders are head in hands at the moment. And was it out?
Well, had that not been a no ball, it would have been very, very interesting indeed.
So you just seen them having a conversation with umpire Daniel.
Yeah, just a gentle inquiry in terms of where that feet landed. But whether it's a millimeter, a meter, an inch, the line belongs to the umpire.
Good delivery again, but Theo Edward right on cue. He is able to keep it out. Let's have a look at it. Wasn't that one? So Ram continuing now. It's a lovely looking shot from Theo Edward off the back foot into the gap. Just 2 runs, but he's looking a class player at the moment.
Yeah, just moves back and across and stylishly plays that back foot cover drive through a cover point, and he comes back for a breeze.
So just news coming out of Cricket West Indies. In fact, Theo Edward is going to retire here.
So here we see the coaches or the coaching staff, Liam, taking the opportunity to allow, we can't confirm what was the reason why, but it just may be that the coaches are going to take the opportunity to allow maybe some of the batters, some time out in the middle. I'm just suggesting that may be the case. There's absolutely no confirmation. But Theo Edwards running off the field, so it doesn't seem to be any problem in terms of, him not well or anything of that nature. But
I think maybe we'll have to wait and see, but I think maybe some stomach issue or something like that. We'll have to find out, but News out of Antigua is Trinidad and Tobago fast bowler Joshua James has been officially cleared to resume bowling in all West Indies international and regional matches following the successful completion of his remedial program. So you guys would remember that during the breakout league, James would have been reported for suspect bowling action, and he would have been banned until now. He's now been cleared, and he's with the Antigua and Barbuda Falcons in the CPL, so we hope to see him with the ball soon.
Well, it's great to see that, the likes of Joshua James getting, that nod of approval from the Loughborough facility out in England, where they would have assessed the videos, leading up, for him, leading up to him being asked to do some remedial work. And it's great to see that the footage that was sent back from Loughborough has given him that all clear, and I'm sure that's going to do him the world of confidence now that he's not only able to bat, but he's also able to continue his development as a great all-rounder.
So Amsterdam is in. Jordan Charles is the new batsman, and Jordan Charles is ducking there, and that one's going to run into the boundary for 4. It was short, the ball didn't get up, and wicket-keeper Apple was diving down the leg side and couldn't get it.
Yeah, one of those deliveries after pitching, just going further away. But what didn't help the situation as well is that it kept a trifle low, after pitching, which made it extremely difficult for the wicket-keeper to hold it in. But at this stage, the game just seems to be meandering away.
Yeah, well, it just looks like Guyana they're going for it. Oh, he's flashing at it. No comments from umpire Sandy, but I think Guyana going for it. They're being aggressive. They're going after the batters, but they're just unable to pick up a wicket, and they're not being consistent enough. A lot of the deliveries going down leg.
We both agree they've been on both sides of the pitch.
Yep.
And that doesn't help, especially when you're looking to create that kind of pressure, where you want to test that mental aspect of the batters.
Oh, and he's left that one and it's cannoned into him, not getting up as much as he thought. And Micah Amsterdam is working up some heat here. Let's have a look at this again. He thought it would have gotten up more than that.
And this is what you expect from a second day pitch, but we are into the 6th session of cricket here at the NCC cricket facility, and it's obvious that the bounce is going to become more and more unpredictable. And here we see that unpredictability.
Oh, he's looking to drive, and he's just beaten the off stump.
So clearly he's very rattled.
There was no foot movement there. You could see that he just kind of threw his hands at it, no foot movement, and that is a result of the last delivery being a short ball. He's just sort of hanging back and waiting.
Right, so what the bowler did there was throw up that sucker punch there, where he pushed him back right onto the back foot and served them up that nice full juicy full delivery. And he's out. Is he allowed appeal again?
And it's not going to be out. It was just a good carry. And a good over from Micah Amsterdam in the end. 5 overs down. Windward Islands 21 without loss. But things starting to happen for Guyana.
Well, Micah really waking up this facility here, this pitch here at NCC. We are late into the afternoon here on the second day, and yet still we see this young man with a lot of purpose, running in and hitting the deck really hard. And I must admit, it's not comfortable out there at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. And that's why Guyana will be so adamant to get back out there and bowl as much as these overs as they can, because they know the wicket is going to misbehave. And it gives them the opportunity to pick up those 5 wickets.
And then, based on what has transpired thus far, there's a lot of confidence to take going forward into that second wrong encounter. So lots still at stake here in terms of taking the positives out of this encounter into the second round of games. And yeah, he's beaten all ends up, pitched up delivery, just shaping away. It's the outswinger just touching down on about that off stump line and going further away. But unfortunately for the Guyanese,
that ball just not getting up as much as the batsman expected, and that's been the way that this wicket has been ever since the Windward Islands came back out to bat. And you have to take into consideration as well, Anil, that while the ground staff were preparing the wicket, a flash of rain came out of nowhere, and the wicket probably got a bit wet. Good delivery, well kept out.
Well, do you think it was enough to sort of freshen it up a bit? I don't think so. It wasn't heavy rainfall.
It wasn't a heavy shower. It was just a bit of a drizzle, but the wicket was left open for quite some time. I don't know if that is going to have anything to play a part, but at the moment there's going to be a lot of rough, and in that way I think it's time for the spinners to be introduced. I think you got to keep going with Amsterdam. He's made things happen, but if I'm looking to make a change, I'm looking to take Ram out now and get one of the big spinners in.
And Ram continues to pound it into the pitch. That one not getting up at all, but was played out to at short cover. He's bowling with a slip, two slips, a backward point, egg cover, mid off, short leg.
Pull away! There's a man out there, and in fact he's missed it. I think I saw a bird.
For a moment, Liam, I was worried.
But as he played that pull shot, there was a bird going somewhere down in that same direction. I thought he hit it hard, and I was looking at the man in deep backward square, wondering why he didn't move.
So the Guyanese continue to toil away here at the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, central Trinidad. Windward Islands batting a second time, and this is really excellent bowling. And you could hear, he does bowl a heavy ball, Liam, and this delivery, was testament to that, where the batters was just hopping around, trying to defend that ball.
Some good heat at the moment, and then we saw very early on, I think it was the first or second over, where one kept completely low on Theo Edward from a short length.
And I'm sure these bowlers, all these players who are participating in this tournament as well, Liam, there's a lot at stake apart from the results of these encounters. Remember, the West Indies, the ICC under 19 tournament is due next year. So these guys and them will be trying to put their hands up, at least to get into that training squad, and then possibly work their way into that final 14. So lots to play for.
Yeah, I think Theo Edward is a guy who is probably knocking on the door after that first innings knock. I think Shamar Apple is still very, very young.
But you cannot take away the 100 scored by Shamar.
Nah, I don't think so. I think it showed a lot of maturity, but he's only 15 years old, so got a lot of time to even get better. And here is Amsterdam, another good short ball.
And
reminds me of a young Vishwish Patnaik.
Well, I'm sure Vishwit Patnaik is enjoying sitting and just looking at the action from the com box here. I'm sure if he was asked to put his pads on, it would be an affirm, he's not going to entertain that kind of music that's playing right now. I don't think he's prepared to dance to that music.
No, I think he'll disconnect the speaker, if anything. It's Amsterdam again. He's working himself into a good spell here. It's pitched up, driven, and that's going to race to the boundary.
So what a glorious cover drive indeed. Showing a lot of poise there in playing that glorious cover drive. Having, had a couple passes nose, to actually benefit from getting a friendly half volley. He climbed on that and it was away to the boundary.
Well, as we mentioned, there's no runs to defend in a way. The Guyanese fast bowlers are just looking for wickets, so they don't mind a couple boundaries here or there when they pitch the ball up looking to swing it. Here is Amsterdam again. Short pull away, and that has been that. Wow, that's gone for 6. He pulled that with absolute disdain.
My goodness, fearless indeed from this young man, taking on the fast bowler and hitting him miles over deep mid wicket. Wow. And this is what this tournament is all about, Liam. For these youngsters to really come out and display, their skill sets, at a regional level.
Yeah, definitely, and it's, they're looking for the ball at the moment. It's going up into that high grass, so...
Well, it's all the way to Atabulan at the moment. They're heading to Atabulan.
We'll take a short break and we'll be right back as soon as they find the ball. So Amsterdam to continue. He's backing away. It's in the air. And it's over the fielders, over the keeper, and into the boundary for 4. So they're fighting fire with fire here at the Windward Islands.
So fortune favors the brave here. Wasn't at all in control here. That ball just taking the top edge, taking on the short delivery. And it ballooned over the keeper and into the boundary it goes.
You're completely right about that, Anna. Fortune is favouring the Brave at the moment, and the Windward Islands are racing along. 35 without loss. Jordan Charles reminding me a bit of Johnson Charles, similar to the way that Johnson Charles plays. Here is a short ball again, and I think that one almost hitting his big toe, Amsterdam. The umpire signals wide, and they'll get another chance.
Kasif Sandy, the umpire from the northern end, extending his arms, indicating to the scorers. He will have to reload that delivery, and 1 will be added to the total.
That one was way too short.
So 36 without loss.
Well, short stuff has been the way, and I think if I'm Amsterdam, I'm continuing because it brings the chance of a wicket. He's going to play his shots. Here he is, Amsterdam. Goes full, and what a hit! Over mid-off. Into the boundary for 4. Stand and deliver stuff. And this is some really aggressive stuff.
Well, entertaining to say the least. This young man has decided to fight fire with fire. And having, had a few passes nose, he's relishing the opportunity, to clear that front leg and play those lofted drives.
Everything going the way of Windward Islands at the moment. The edges are flying over the keeper, and even when they bowl short and fast, they're getting hit all around the park.
So the score has gone on to 40 with that boundary.
It's Amsterdam. What does he do? Short again, and this time he is in no mood to play at that one. At the end of the 7th over, it's 40 without loss.
And it's great to see both these fast bowlers as well as the batters, taking on the game. So Jordan Charles, 11 deliveries, 3 boundaries, and a maximum to go with that. So all his runs has come from high-scoring shots. Theo Edwards retiring hurt. Zach Thomas remains on 3.
So 24 overs left in the day's play. Sam flicked straight to the man at short mid-wicket, and they're gonna go through for the single now. I think it's time with the amount of overs left in the day's play. 5 wickets is still very much possible, but you got to get the spinners on.
Yeah, Zach Thomas playing a lovely on drive there, but some exciting feeling there from the man at short mid-on. He was diving away to his left and stopping what would have definitely been a boundary. So nice flowing on drive there. One of the most difficult shots to play in this game, but Zach Thomas made it look very, very easy indeed.
There's a couple of changes in the field, as Charles has been the man on the go.
And he comes on strike.
And he's driving, but straight to the man at cover. There's no run.
So it's great to see that, both teams, even though this game is meandering away, both teams are still going at each other, at full tilt, Liam.
Yeah, I think nobody's given up.
And this is what you want to see, play to the last ball.
Yeah, you want to see, and you want to see the aggression as well that we're seeing out there. Both teams fighting hard. Here is Ram again. Wide delivery, very wide, but not signaled by umpire Vicky Daniel.
Not wide enough to tempt the likes of Jordan Charles. Jordan Charles, Liam, 3 fours and a maximum, and he's got a total of 18.
He's not dealing in singles at all. He's dealing in boundaries.
He is dealing in boundaries.
Oh, this one flicked onto the onside, and the short leg is beaten. They'll go back for the second. They'll be close for the ball through.
So that one was just played into the square leg region.
No, just an update in the other games. Trinidad and Tobago 9 overs down in the innings. They're 49 for 3 now. They've lost all of their top 3. The skipper Salim Khan, Christian Lal, and Darius Batu Singh all out already. Paris. And 2 wickets to Paris, the Bijan fast bowler. Oh, he's looking to pull this time and he misses out. So I think with the way that Charles is batting, you've got a wicket coming, because he's going to go very hard.
But what he has done with this approach, Liam, he has also put the Guyanese on the back foot as well. They're still attacking because the runs scored is not going to really affect them in any way. What they're looking forward to is trying to make a breakthrough here so that they could get into this Leeward Islands batting lineup. They would need to get 5 wickets first before they get that bonus bowling point. So they're working extremely hard at this stage. 2 slips a gully, a backward point, cover, extra cover, middle off.
This time it's pulled down to deep backward square. We'll get just 1.
So Jordan Charles continue on his merry way. He's on to 20 now. 20 from 14 deliveries.
That's the end of another over.
And Zach Thomas, I must admit, has been a mere spectator, Liam.
You can see some of the Windward Islands boys there
They're
finding
having
the
a
mango
time there
tree.
with some mangoes, yeah?
You know, a while back I named that mango tree after Andrew Rembrandt, and I'm sure you'd like to know why. We were playing a game here with the under-19 team, and I can't remember who the batsman was or who we were playing against, and I think about 4 times in an over we had to go and get Andrew Rembrandt's ball from by the mango tree.
He was struggling to keep it in the park. Is that what you were saying, Liam?
Yeah, no, that's usually it. He would have played as well in the last T10, and you would have seen what went on.
But Liam, I must say that it's very harsh on your good friend Andrew Rembrandt. As we both know, you guys are extremely close friends, and to put him up like this, I'm sure he would not be a happy camper listening to this commentary, Liam.
So it's going to be Amsterdam to continue. 8 overs down, 44 without loss, and this is a battle that I'm enjoying. Amsterdam versus Charles. How does he go? I'm not sure at the moment. Oh, the batter was on the wrong side. Amsterdam looking to bowl around the wicket.
And rightly so. If he wants to fetch it, let him fetch it from outside the line of the off stump, Liam.
Yeah, let's see how this is going to go. 2 slips, or a slip and a gully in fact. A deep backward square and a fine leg. And he's looking to pull again, and it's cannoned into his midsection. There's no run. A couple hits away from getting to a half century.
So the wicketkeeper there just politely saying good evening, welcome. And that one has gone like a tracer bullet through that mid-wicket region for another boundary.
Let's have a look at that again. And once again, you can't bowl short to him. I think he's been very much in control. He's enjoying the short stuff, and he's hitting it all over the park. He's hit a 4 from a pull, 2 4s from the pull now, and a 6. He's not backing down. And I think it doesn't change the plan. I think you want him to not back down. You want him to play those shots because it gives you an opportunity to pick up a wicket.
Well, the mode in which he's playing, there's always an opportunity that he could perish at any time. But give credit to him. He's not backing down as Jordan Charles. He's taking them on, front on.
Let's see how he goes. A deep mid wicket and a deep backward square. Goes short again, and he's cutting this one over point, and it's going to run into the boundary for 4. So no backing down here for Charles. We've already seen the way that he is going to play. And this is some really exciting stuff here at the National Cricket Centre.
Yes, the short and wide, asking to be given the treatment, playing that uppercut there over backward point, and it raced away into the backward point boundary for 4.
Oh, he's rushing on now to 29 of just 19 and 28 runs in boundaries.
So
Here
he's
he is.
dealing in boundaries.
Pitched up, and he's looking to flick straight to the man though at short mid wicket, no run.
But good change up indeed from the bowler, having gone short a couple of deliveries. Micah Amsterdam looking to get that Yorker in, but the likes of Charles was equal to the task and just quietly played it out to mid wicket where there's no run.
When you got a man batting like this, Anil, I think it is value in bowling some slower balls, some off cutters, trying different things to get him out because he's on the go.
I would definitely try and run my fingers along the seam, maybe get that off cutter going, but more so remove all of that slip and put them into a fly slip position. Give yourself every opportunity to get him out.
Yeah, because he's going very hard. The ball is not probably going to go to slip, it's going to go over. And if you get a fly slip in place, you kind of give yourself an extra opportunity. It is not a defensive field, it's a quite aggressive field.
It is.
Here is Amsterdam again. Goes into the body, it's edging, and it's through the slip region into the boundary for 4. So Charles continues to find the boundary with ease. And at the end of the over, it is now 56 without loss.
So no luck there for Micah Amsterdam there, breaking the edge, but going past the slip there into the boundary for 4 runs. So Charles continues on his merry way. He's now raced up to 33 from 22 deliveries with 6 4s and 1 6. So 30 runs out of the 33 he has scored has come from boundaries.
And for all of the football fans around, I'm sure your eyes would be glued to the UEFA Super Cup final. Tottenham Hotspur up against PSG. And I think it's now 2-all after Tottenham were up 2-0. But
are we going to see PSG coming from behind and take it, snatch it at the last minute?
Well, Tottenham are accustomed to bottling, they're not accustomed to trophies, so I think maybe this one might go to PSG. But at the end of 9 overs, 56
well, I'm looking at that stare from Vishwish, and I'm telling you, he's not a happy camper at all. So there is going to be a change from the pavilion end.
It might be the first introduction of spin, it seems to be.
So I'll be very excited to see how Charles, approach this passage of play, Liam.
I don't think it's going to be any different. I think he's looking to score runs. He's looking to race 50.
Is he on his way to Tobago to play in that T10? The Chief Sec T10?
Well, at this stage, from what I'm seeing with my eyes, I'd rather have him than Kyle Ramdu.
Well, I must admit that I am very, very disappointed with that statement, because I'm sure Kyle Ramdu will not take too kind to that statement.
So the new bowler into the attack, the leg spinner, starts off short and wide. Cut away, there's no run.
Wherever you are, Kyle Ramdu, please call me. But I want to take the opportunity as well, to wish you guys all the best in the Chief Sec T10 series that's taking place in Speyside. Yourself, Riyadh, Mark, and all the guys, just want to take the opportunity to wish you all well. And depending on how you're all doing, I may just be tempted, to pass through.
Well, I'm told that if you pass through Riyadh, Emirates wants a case of Coke once again.
Well,
this one driven through the covers and there's no run still.
Could you kindly tell them I'll walk with a bag of snacks rather than Coca-Cola? So very challenging to travel this weekend to Tobago. The great race is on, as well as the Chief Sec T10. So a lot of activities in Tobago this weekend. Are you looking forward to going to Tobago tomorrow, Liam?
Yeah, definitely.
Would Jade Monkey be one of your areas that you'll be liming?
I think I'll be focused on the cricket, Anil. At the end of the 10th over, it's 56 without loss.
Are you affiliated to any politician, Liam?
Well, I tend to stay away from politics. But I'm a political guy.
So are you looking forward to some crab and dumpling?
Yeah, definitely. A real staple in Tobago. A lot of these young players in this competition, I know it's a tight schedule, but there's always an option to just go across to Tobago for a day, let these guys experience it. They are focused on their cricket, but it's always good to take a day just to relax.
And of course, when you go to Tobago, it's not all about the cricket. It's more about, just expressing yourself, in terms of doing things that you would normally do, Liam.
Left hand off spinner is into the attack now. And once again, the scorers are about an over and a half late. So we are not just sure who is this young left-hand spinner. Off the back foot, and Charles edging through the slips. He should be able to come back for the second, and he does.
So living very dangerously there is Charles, looking to play that back foot punch, getting the outside edge, and it squeezed past with slip, and Charles was able to come back for a breeze. Lovely flowing back foot punch, straight to mid-off. There's no run and offer. So a lot of noise from the camp.
So Yakub is the bowler, 58 without loss. And Charles looking for a single. You get there easily.
So it's Gibran Yakub, left arm orthodox spinner, bowling from the northern end into his first over. Left arm orthodox. He's gonna change his angle of trajectory. He's gonna be coming from wrong the wicket. Bowling to the right-handed Zach Thomas. And he is carefully forward. So at the end of the over, 59 without loss after 11 overs. So 32 overs in the day's play. We are down to 11 has been completed, but we're just about 2 minutes past 5 in Trinidad and Tobago. Almost guaranteed that we're not gonna get all the overs in today. But the batters has definitely taken the opportunity to spend some quality time out in the middle and get some much valued match practice and game time. And Charles inside edges this delivery, and he will come back for a breeze. So that takes the score on to 61. Charles move on to 38 with that breeze. So Navindra Sankar, the leggy, in operation from the pavilion end. Lovely flighted delivery again. It's the leg spinner just spinning back into the left-hander, pushing that right leg right out to the pitch.
I'd like to say good afternoon to Iran Babwa, my good friend. He's just left Cancun in Mexico, and I don't know if this is a coincidence or not, but I'm hearing that there's a shortage of bread now. Is the leg spinner. He's looking at sweep. This is a loud appeal. And umpire Daniel is in no way ready to give that one out. I think it's going down leg. Let's have a look at it again.
Going across the line of flight was Charles Sanka. And it looks like the googly.
I think it may be going down leg
Yes,
with the
maybe
angle.
going down, yeah.
Sam hit straight back at the bowler. Can't collect cleanly, but does not cost them any run.
But a very, very close call indeed. And a nice flowing drive from Charles that brings the end of the over. And at this stage, the score 61 without loss. The Windward Islands batting in their second innings here at the National Cricket Centre. We are going to take a break. The players are going to refresh themselves, and as soon as the action restarts, we're going to be right back with you.
We're back here. First ball after the drinks break. Well left from the Windward Island, 61 without loss. A reminder, Theo Edward has been retired, not out. Zach Thomas on the other end is on 4, and Charles has come in and played brilliantly. He's on 36. He's been on the attack. That's in the air. Three fielders getting underneath it. There is a collision, but the catch has been taken. And let's have a look at it there. Two fielders were going after it, and that is why calling is important. Makash could have ended badly for them there, but Zach Thomas has to go. He struggled. He goes for 4 of 28 deliveries, and that's the fall of the first wicket for the Windward Islands. The new batsman in at number 3. Well, number 4 really is going to be Daniel. So Guyana finally getting that wicket that they've been after, and now it just opens up a chance for them to try to get a bowling point with 1 wicket down already. Trinidad and Tobago are up against Barbados over in Presal in Shanali Park, and a quick update over there is that Trinidad and Tobago, who started off well, they are now struggling a bit. 77 for 3, a partnership beginning to build between Roberto Badria and Rayad Ali Khan, and they are looking to deny the Bajans a bowling point, whereas in Leeward Islands are 128 for 2. So Daniel is the new batsman in at number 4 for the Windward Islands here. Jonathan Daniel, the wicket keeper. At the end of the over, a much needed wicket for Yaqub. At the end of 13 is 61 for 1. So Sanka continuing. Pitch drop driven, but straight to the man. He's yet to concede a run. He's flighting it again. And you just get the feeling that it's just a matter of time before Jordan Charles takes him on. Doesn't like to face too many dots. When he's dropped, he is dropped by the wicket keeper, and that is going to disappoint the Guyanese bowlers. Full toss and hit over the boundary. It goes a couple of bounces, in fact 6 runs signaled by umpire Daniel, and a bad delivery from Sanka, but rubbing salt into the wounds after he was dropped the ball before. He's been hit for a huge 6 here. Sanka again off the back foot is Charles. He's nearing a half century now. He's on 42 at the end of 14 and 67 for 1. Jakub to continue into the new batsman Jonathan Daniel, yet to get off the mark. Well, it's starting to get darker here at the National Cricket Centre. Starting to see some of the floodlights coming on at some of the other sports venues around. You can see Arthur Bolden Stadium there. I'm looking at even the aquatic centre and there's nothing going on. And it's just a matter of time now. Well, the end of the over.
So we're back here at the National Cricket Centre. Flighted delivery. No run at this point. So Windward Islands on the 17 boys have a lead at this point in time. And that was a half chance. Dropped attempt based on the reaction of the wicketkeeper and the slip fielders. So the lead 84, adding that single would be 85 at bye. At this point in time, it's really a question of when the game will be called at the end. It's evident that there is no result forthcoming, given that Windward Islands still have 9 wickets intact. The Guyanese team still have an entire second innings intact. Seems unlikely as if any of those factors would be completed within these remaining few minutes. Nonetheless, the players are out there, still going at it. And Sanka, a nice smooth action and run up. A right arm wrist spinner. Has bowled well, economical to this point. Also, it might be a factor of light due to the dimming natural light that we have around the National Cricket Centre here in Couva, and you can even see from your screen itself that it's not the most positive of situations when it comes to the external factors. Some grey clouds as well, just hovering over. We hope that they don't disturb us, that we're able to complete this game smoothly. Jordan Charles would be eyeing a half century. This is in the air and it's over the infield and looks like it will also go over the boundary ropes. Yes, it does. 6 more to the total. Extra flight on that delivery. And pummeled over the cow corner area for 6. Solid defense. And he's bowled him. What a delivery from Yaqub. Daniel just stands and looks at the pitch, indicating that something may have been a bit off there. But what you can see, that ball kept low and skidded on. Could have been cross-seam delivery, as well as the angle from which Yaqub released. Instead of releasing from the front, released from the side. And possibly got that ball to just undercut. Hence the reason we would have pitched and stayed low and skidded onto the stumps. And Daniel was beaten there. No answer for that one. And the second wicket falls, so 75 for 2 now. New batsman to the crease, Jamie Wickham. Yakub with one legal delivery left in this over. And it seems as if his introduction into the bowling lineup should have come much sooner. He's bowled 4 overs, 9 runs, and the only 2 wickets to fall in this innings under his name in the wicket column. So it could be an indication of the fact that spin is working in the end here, but not just spin, but also thinking and bowling, as we saw him using some variations. Umpire Vicky Daniel just pointing to her watch, possibly signaling as we're approaching the end of play. I believe that the cut-off time, initially what would have been 5, extended to 5:30 due to a very brief intermittent shower that was present earlier. Advancing down the wicket, hoisted in the air, and it will run away to the boundary for 4. Mixed reactions there from the Guyanese team. Some persons thought that it might have been skied in the air for a catch, so that they could have obtained that 3rd wicket and possibly get a point. But instead it raced away to the boundary ropes for 4. Cut away, but well fielded. A one-hand pick up there at short cover. Very brave indeed. If it went past them, might have gone close to the boundary ropes. Maybe not all the way, as the grass closer to the boundary is a bit thicker. Nice flight again from Sanka. So at this point, it seems as if they're trying all of their options to get that 3rd wicket. Windward Islands, on the other hand, trying to prevent them. And that's a lovely stroke for 4. Just bludgeoned straight down the ground. And in fact, just wide of the fielder at mid-off, but straight in terms of the direction here at the commentary booth where we are situated. Just out of the picture, we see the captain, Theo Edward, on the boundary rope, signaling to the players. I'm not sure what he's signaling. I think he's trying to call them in. And in fact, it appears to be that way. We're seeing mixed signals here, so batsmen are trying to confirm. Edward, I think he's maybe signaling 1 more over. I'm not sure. Oh, now he's telling them to come in, because I think he's mindful of the fact that if they get that extra 3rd wicket, they will be giving Guyana an additional point. It seems as if Edward is not going to get his way. In all objective aspects, I think he's right within his means as captain. And granted, we know at this age group, still in the teenage adolescent phase, that the coach and the manager would have some input as well. But to me, ultimately, if the captain decides to call the players in, then that's the decision that should be taken. And now we are seeing the effects of that. Edward is indicating that it's very difficult to see out there, which we did mention previously. The light has faded quite a lot. The artificial lights at the National Cricket Centre are not on or even starting to come on, which is why it's even more difficult to see that red ball. If it was a white ball, might have probably still been able to get a couple overs, but red ball is just reaching a point where it's difficult, all ends up. On top of that, the 5:30 p.m. mark has reached, so I'm not too sure if the umpires wanted to play till 6 p.m. because even Edward was indicating that the logical approach would have been to resign the innings and come in. But at the end of the day, a decision has been made, and now we see the players shaking hands. Windward Islands under 17 boys declare at 84 for 2. Given that this is the end of the second day and it's only a 2-day affair, that means that this match will end in a draw. First innings points will go to the Windward Islands as they bowled the Guyana team out just shy of the target. Of course, standout players in this game, just to take a note: Micah Amsterdam, as you just saw there, with a 5-wicket haul early up in the first innings. That was for the Guyanese team. And in terms of the batting, we know that there was a brilliant 100 today from Shamar Apple, and that innings would certainly augur well for himself and for the rest of this series ongoing. So as the players shake hands, as they look to engage in their cool down and all of these different aspects, we would like to say thank you to all of our viewers, everyone who stayed tuned to this West Indies YouTube channel. Coverage brought to you by Cricket 360, 360 TV. And we definitely encourage you to stay tuned for the rest of this Rising Stars CWI Under 17 Championship. Coverage continues over the weekend. Second round of this 2-day matches will begin on Saturday and Sunday. And thereafter, the rest of the schedule can be at the West Indies site, where you can go on the website and find out the information. And also the game at University of the West Indies ground in St. Augustine, where our good friend Vishesh resides. There is going to be that game continuing tomorrow between the Leeward Islands and Jamaica. The game at Inchinali Park between Trinidad and Tobago and Barbados also ended in a draw, with Barbados doing well to get first innings, and they prized out 3 wickets in the second innings of Trinidad and Tobago. At the last time we checked, it's subject to confirmation at the end of play. But all in all, here at the National Cricket Centre in Couva, the story of the day, the player of the day, Shamar Apple. And it's safe to say that an apple a day attempted to keep the Windward Islands at bay, but ultimately they got the first innings in the end. So kudos to all of those on show. Stay tuned, and we look forward to you joining us for future coverage.